Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm in a classroom or something. I'm a teacher this morning. This is a nice little cozy atmosphere. I kind of like this.
We left him an hour ago and he still beat us here.
Yeah, how was traffic?
Yeah, this is awful.
Must be
a deputy director.
driving.
You do know that's called a shoulder for a reason.
Yeah.
You know
No,
that
I
that's
do.
only when you have difficulty.
Right.
The car is not supposed to move on it.
I want to go on record as saying Paula does drive very safe, and I was only lost a few minutes myself.
Okay, good. Say, welcome, folks. Well, this is our sixth or seventh SEAC. That is pretty awesome. First, I want to start off by thanking Sunny and Intertech for hosting our meeting today. Thank you for breakfast. Really glad to be here. We're going to have, I think, a pretty exciting meeting, and then those of you are going to hang around later on. We're going to go on a tour. Paul and I have been on the tour before, and Mustafa, I'm sure you've been here before. So it's a pretty good tour, great learning experience, see hands-on how the testing works. So it's really, really helpful. So we have had, over the last month or so, some really, really good discussions. I've gotten some feedback as to, what was going on, and there were some discussions that had some conflict, which is good. We want that conflict. We want those opinions being put on the floor. It's important that we do that, and when we do that, it forces us to really think and work hard, and in the end, we get some really good positive results. So congratulations, folks, for those who were involved in those discussions and came out of it really good and positive. That's excellent. Also, I asked some testimonials a few weeks ago because I have to make a presentation to my bosses. And I want to thank those folks that provided testimonials, and Craig, Marky, Jeff, Frank, Ron, Pete, and Alan. Thank you, folks. I'll share with you later on, not today, on a later date, and really, really good stuff. And I keep hearing excellent things about the work that you guys are doing. And then I even heard that somebody on the East Coast is already hearing about SEAC without us even telling them about it, which is fantastic. And
I think that's because of Dawn.
Dawn, yes, thank you.
You don't want to say Elvis for Don. That has a different meaning.
All right, so
Right, Elvis?
I want to share the feedback, some feedback I've gotten from some of you as to things that we can do to make this even better, more efficient. So we'll go into more details about that. And I want to welcome William, LA Department of Water and Power. So it's really great to have you guys on board. I don't know if you're going to be the permanent person or is it Jason or?
I work for Jason, so we're probably going to be swapping
Okay.
in and out. Depends on our schedule. Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome. It's really great to have you here. At other utilities, DWP is an important utility in the LA County. They play a major role in part of the whole puzzle of getting solar energy into our communities. They have a very important role to play there. We're going to hear a presentation from you later on. And just wanted to know this is a really good group. It's a safe group. We're not here to beat you up or anything like that. I think you're going to find the discussions, they're very passionate, but in the end, we're just looking to do the best thing for industry to help solar grow. And you're going to hear different perspectives, and we want to hear your perspective also. So we can learn from you and go from there. Done.
I was curious, could we really briefly understand what your role is at LA Water and Power?
Sure. Yeah, I'm the manager of the Feed and Terra program, which is, it's a 3-year program, and we basically pay incentives from mostly businesses to install solar on their rooftops or carports. When it started, we paid out 17 cents per kilowatt hour, and it's been in a declining scale. So now we currently pay 13 cents per kilowatt hour. And typically, we sign a 20-year power purchase agreement with the owner. So that's pretty much feed-in tariff in a nutshell.
This is the regulation and business side, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose of the meeting, of course, to welcome Department of Water and Power, one of them. We're going to present, discuss, and agree on briefing notes, AB 2188, discuss briefing notes, note 2703, and then see what's happening next in terms of things that we're going to tackle. And with that, we do, most of us know each other here, but you don't know us. Who's online right now? The introductions? Ten of them? I just want to know who they are, if you can give a list.
Arnold Herrera, Mandeep Guraganian, Mark Baldassari, Stuart Thomas Kofi, Alan Fields, Kevin Reinertson, Pete Jackson, and Thomas Burbis.
Jackson, and I'm sorry.
Thomas Burbis.
And they'll be also join in on the conversation.
And also, Stuart Tom, he's also new to SEAC. Hello, Stuart. I hope you can hear me. Stuart, I don't know if some of you folks know him. He has played a great leadership role in the building and safety official for several years. He's now with the City of Glendale Fire. So he is a great addition to SEAC. I think you can experience his leadership and his knowledge, and he's going to play, I believe, a really good role when it comes to fire issues and other things.
He's also our Calvo rep now.
Calvo rep.
It's also best to note that he's on the ICC board of directors.
Excellent. Yes, he just got voted.
Congratulations are in order. Yeah.
Yes.
There's also Tommy and Rafi from American Solar Direct. That's joined in.
All right, fantastic. Okay, we're done with intros. Paula, announcements?
Okay, announcements. Yeah, I'd like to go into congratulating Steve Jones. Steve was in Texas last week and was sworn in as the international president for the IAEI, right? So congratulations, Steve. Then also well done to Pat Healy of County of San Diego. I know he's not here today, he's at the Calvo event. Apparently they reached a record achievement of 73 online permits issued in one day, and apparently that was on Monday of this week, so well done to County of San Diego. As Hector mentioned, we have William Zhang here of LADWP who will be presenting on the Renewable Portfolio Standards efforts and local solar initiatives. And we also have Tiffany of SDG&E who will be presenting on their renewable meter adapter and how it is proving to simplify the interconnection process. So thank you both for being here to present. We also will be having myself and Bezard doing a joint presentation on UL 2703, listing versus certification versus classification. And that's my announcement for now. I can open up the floor to anyone else.
I just thought let everyone know on Tuesday, the current building safety received an award from the Mayor's Office for Civic Innovation Award for having the online TV program and the TV charging. The online TV program went online in July 2014, and as of today, has issued about 5,500 permits still online. So here we are.
Congrats.
And then to go into status update, which is agenda item number 4. I wanted to let you all know that September was October. October was a really busy month, yeah. We had several technical group calls. On the technical group calls was Don. Thank you, Don, for your valuable time. We had Alan Fields, who's online, and Chris from Barengo. Thank you, guys. And then on some of the calls, we had Sparky. Thank you, Sparky. And Jeff. On all the several calls, I must admit, we spoke majority of the time on issue number 1. and we felt that we got to a pretty clear conclusion on that. With issues number 2 to 4, we're still busy working on that, so over the next month we're going to get those all prepared and present them at the next meeting. Our other groups, with all the other members, worked on their work assignments on UL 2703, and we received submissions that we're going to present later on in the agenda. We also met and discussed methods to improve and make our group work more effective and productive, and Hector will talk about those improvements later in the agenda. We have also met for a few calls to collaborate on an online solar permitting software that we believe is very close to beta release. I know that myself and Don have been on those calls as well. So thank you. I don't know, Mustafa, if you would like to say anything on where we at with the online software permitting.
So what Derek was telling me, Derek Mitchell, yesterday, that looks like beginning of December, the first week of December, they're ready to roll it out. So LA County is extremely excited about that. We're getting over 250 solar submittals a week, and we had to bring the staff in last week to be able to help us out. And we can't wait to get the online timeshare going. So we're very excited as well.
Have they set the price for what the would be?
They haven't, no. As they discussed with us at the SPI, the rate is between $50 to $50 to $150, but they said that you still could go down.
Okay.
And then, Mustafa, I wanted to ask you, did they say that they'd be able to do a webinar, present a webinar demonstration?
Yes, they're going to, absolutely.
Okay.
They're going to. And so they're targeting heavily for the installers, the designers. So they're going to make it easy for everybody. And it's very easy to use. So, but, you know, what I saw yesterday as well, it's extremely easy to use. So anybody should be able to use them and not going through the headache of submitting plans to building departments, going through physically or online and trying to justify it. And as they submit plans, the documentations are there. There would be a permit issued once they upload their documentation into the county website, and then there would be a permit, and there would be inspection done the next day.
Wow.
Yes, that is.
All right, so if anybody is interested in the webinar demonstration, we can set that up and let all the members know those details. If you're interested, please shoot me an email and I'll get back to you and set that up.
Hold on, just 1 second. Pete Jackson has a comment.
Oh, sure. Hi, Pete.
He's on my agent.
Is he muted?
Yes, he's unmuted.
Unmuted? Pete, hello. Can you hear us? Hello, Pete. Can you text it or send us by chat?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, you guys look really great on my little computer screen. Just want to let you know.
You're talking about Paula only?
My comment, hey, I did have a comment. I don't know if we're there yet. It's in regard to the draft meeting summary. I guess that's, well, status update, agenda item 4. Is that where we are?
Status update, yes.
Okay, I just under agenda item 4, status update, about halfway through, if you guys are looking at it on paper, go to the second page, and there's language there, a comment that I have to comment on. I can't let this go. Top of the second page, it says a comment was made was the significance of ever-evolving and changing technologies coming out, keeping up with all the new products, and also the lag between technology and regulations. Another comment was also the challenge in that the codes are always behind the new technology. I just want to point out that many times the code leads the technology, and as an example, I would point out the rapid shutdown system requirement for PV systems. I just got off a 2-hour conference call where we're producing the product standards so the technology can be produced, and the reason that's occurring is because the code, the 2014 NEC in 690.12 required rapid shutdown. So it's not true that the code always lags technology. The proper use and the proper function is that it will lead technology. And many times those that say that just aren't adept at using the code, or don't understand how it's to be used, or it's being misinterpreted. And the last comment on that is, and this is a big item to me, is California is on the previous code cycle for the electrical code. And if we're really serious about getting the code up to date, this group, as well as the whole PV industry, should really push for adoption of the most current national electrical code for the state of California. You would have a lot of people, including the NFPA, who would back you on that. So that would be one way we could make a real impact on using the most current codes. I don't think we need to look for alternative codes. I think the one we have is fine, and it works well, but we just have to recognize that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. That's something we can keep in mind for future, or maybe not too in the distant challenges to discuss.
Can you identify where he was? Yes, it was in the
Go about a third of the way through. Go about this back through. It's the third page too.
Keep on going.
For 2 pages of bottom.
Quite a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's left third.
Keep on going. More.
Oh,
He
he
says
says more. That far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder why. Don?
Yeah, I just a quick comment on also on adding to what Pete just said, is that there is a concern when you just simply say to explore alternative building codes without any other set of criteria. And I think what we have to acknowledge is that the building code that you guys adopt has a provision in it that says that you have to demonstrate equivalency in respect to 6 things. With fire resistance, with strength, with quality, and I always forget some of them. But anyway, it's in section 104.11 of the code, of the model code, and it's done in every jurisdiction. I think we need to be aware that you just can't just go, oh, I like this one because it does what I want it to do. It needs to be in harmony with what you have of your base requirements.
Thank you. Okay, so we're not there yet to approve the meeting summary. Kind of jumped a little bit, but that's okay. Anything else on status update?
Yes, I wanted to mention that Hector had followed up with the City of San Bernardino to give a presentation on their virtual inspection pilot. And I know that they're really busy at the moment, so we're just waiting confirmation on them to join us. Hopefully maybe November meeting they could come and speak to us about that.
Yeah, they're very close to doing a demo that anybody can take a look at. It's a virtual inspection, so that's going to be interesting. It could be a game changer. We'll see.
And then we're also in the process of arranging a YouTube channel for SEAC where we can share our monthly meeting recordings and also to improve our marketing. We've also been working on the planning of our February 2016 workshop, and we're hoping to have a draft program available before our next meeting because we really need to start marketing the event in November.
And that's set in stone dates?
Yes,
okay.
So it's the 10th and the 11th of February, and then we've also tentatively earmarked October the 5th and 6th as well for next year. We also have a next proposed issues to tackle in regards to utilities. It really is very much in a rough draft format, so we need to become a lot clearer with the issue statements, and that's something we can discuss later on in the agenda. We received some feedback and input on our SEAC message, and if you look in your board pack deck that you have, you'll see there's a flyer. It says streamlining solar energy through communication, invoking community unity. What we did was we looked at where SEAC currently is right now and where we believe we're going to evolve to, and we encompassed that into this message. So we're pretty happy with this. If all of you can read through it and let us know your feedback. But we'll be sharing this flyer with all of you to, if you want to share it on to market SEAC, that would be great. Or I know that a lot of you sit on IAEI and ICC meetings, so please share that with, and we've got spare of these here today to give to members to hand out if they choose to.
But just a word on that. Okay, this is I'm sure this will evolve as we go on. And then I put the accounting department's logo on there. We can take it off, put it on, depending on the situation. So this is not a deal breaker at all. So it's however you want to use this. This is based on what Paul said, the feedback we got from some folks. So again, this is not in concrete. It could evolve as we move forward with SEAC, but this could be a really good tool, you know, to get the word out to folks.
And then also in your board pack, you'll notice that,
Real quick comment on that. If it is something that we may have different versions or variations as we go along, would you be so kind of like in the far left corner, far right corner down, just put something that has like a date or something like that, that we know what version we have.
Good. Version number, that's good.
Or something to that effect, something that I could identify which one I got.
All right.
So that I know, ooh, I got old ones. Awesome.
Okay.
We want to make sure we use the approved one. Like installation.
I don't approve anything.
We know.
I certify.
We know.
I certify for you. Approval by
We know.
approval by definition of the code is what Mustafa does.
Yeah.
And what I do.
Hey, Paul, what else? Paul?
And then also in your board pack deck, you'll see that we've concluded on our meeting and workshop dates for 2016. So we know that, John, you'll be very happy with that, right? Because now you can plan again for yourself.
I enjoy the fact that you have put that. That is wonderful.
All right.
Now I can figure out where I'm going.
Our future motions down to this board packet.
Okay. And then our draft operating guidelines, we did share that with everybody, and what we'd like to do is mention that, it's a living document, and this too will evolve over time, and we would like to motion to approve.
Well, before we go there, just a reminder, and I like to do this maybe at every meeting, it's just the principles, the guiding principles, and how we agree to conduct ourselves when we work together. Everyone shows up on time, ready to contribute. Well, I was late. Some other folks were late. That's okay. That's expected. But a critical one is we need everyone to participate. That is really, really important. We need everyone's engagement. This is how we are going to succeed. And also important that, you know, we kind of gauge ourselves, you know, that we're not dominating a conversation or kind of taking over, because that changes the dynamics. And so again, everyone participate, no one dominates. Participation is important. We've got to listen, one speaker at a time, so we can hear each other, understand each other as we go along. We've got to seek unity and not separation. What is the best thing for the group as a unit? And we can disagree on things. That's really, really good. With such a diverse group of people here, we are going to disagree, but that is, and that is fine. And then speak on it, and you know, I think most folks here do a pretty darn good job of doing that, and that's a huge positive. Conversation, communication, keep your mind open, respect each other's thinking, challenge beliefs, so that way we move forward. Again, as part of the whole conflict discussions. Be brief and meaningful. It's important, so everybody gets a chance to speak. And then in the end, when we try to reach consensus, we support the decisions that are made, even though sometimes we may say, hey, you know what, I don't agree 100% with the decision, but I'll go along with the group because it's the right thing, not for my individual organization, but it's the right thing for SEAC, it's the right thing for industry.
All right, thank you. So should we
Motion to
make a
approve the
motion?
document as submitted.
Thank you.
Second. Second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Excellent. Approved.
Thank you. All right, then moving on to the draft meeting summary. Can we have a motion to approve?
I'm gonna jump in there. Just again, before we go on, I just want to go over the action items. Can we call it? Make sure where we're at.
What
Action items number 1, groups continue to work on group assignments issues 5 through 8 and submit solutions by October 23rd.
Oh, that was going to be under next step and action item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Okay, sorry, go on.
You jumped me through the meeting.
Looking to get done fast, I guess.
Coffee, man.
All right,
Do
so,
stupid stuff faster.
all right, so the draft meeting summary of September the 24th. If we can have a motion to approve.
And we're trying to find it.
It's right after agenda item number 5.
So the question is, are we going to address the comments that Keith raised?
Yeah, that was my
Middle of the, yep.
She's just looking at the,
Well, it's whether or not the meeting summary captures what was said. It has to capture what was said, whether the comment is correct or not. But it does capture a statement that was made. So the statement could be incorrect. It could be, but it still is what was captured.
accurate.
Yeah.
So just for grins, will it be recorded from this meeting, the comment that he brought up?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
And your comment also.
Okay.
All of it. Motion to approve? I make the motion to approve parking. Second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay, thank you.
All right, and then the next agenda item number is 6, where we're going to have the presentation from William.
William, Mustafa reminded me that not everybody introduced themselves, so you don't know everybody here. So we can quickly go around the room and
Well, William knows me because he drove with me, yeah.
definitely.
Sorry.
Jeff Spieth with Quick Mount PV. I also am with Calcia and represent Calcia. Chris Byron, Durango Seller.
Craig Carney with Iron Ridge. John Tacker, UL.
I'm that guy who was sitting behind you kicking your chair.
You were in the same spot, you were back there.
Had a really interesting parking from City of Calabasas.
Steve Jones, Assistant Building Official, City of Oceanside.
Sunny and I with Intertech.
John Hughes with the Center for Sustainable Energy, the usual suspect.
Okay. With, if I could just dig up a sentence with it.
Mustafa Kashay, Lake County.
James Cormican, Solar.
Roy Allen, ABB Renewable.
Tiffany McCullough, Center Gas and Electric.
Mike Miller with Durango.
Mark Baldassari from Insight Energy. Mike Thompson from Sunrun.
David Perkins, L.A. County Building Inspector.
And Arden?
Arden, IT tech guy.
I'm Stephanie, I'm SEAC Administrator Assistant.
And Hector Board of LA County. Okay, great. So you have the floor.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, William. Scroll down.
Well, as you guys already know, my name is William Zhang. I'm the manager of the Los Angeles Department of Power Feed and Tariff Solar Program. When I first came here, I was a little overwhelmed because everything seems to be very code-centric, and I was like, I'm not really too well-versed in the code sphere, but I guess I have my City of LA building and safety personnel here, so I'm a little bit more relieved now. So I'm just here to talk about some of the high-level renewables initiatives that have been going on here at LDVP, and give you a quick overview of our local solar initiatives. Okay, so LDVP is actually the nation's largest municipal utility. We serve over 1.5 million customers, and with the annual net generation of over 250 million megawatt hours. We're pretty far-reaching. We have generation assets spanning 7 states in the western U.S. We get a lot of wind power from the Columbia Gorge area. We also have a number of wind facilities in Utah. And we actually have our Pine Tree Wind project, which we built and commissioned ourselves about 4 years ago up in the Kern County area. And we're continuing to procure and build more renewable projects, large projects in the Kern County area, as well as the Nevada area as well, as you can see from the map. And then within the LA Basin, we have 4 natural gas-powered thermal units to help support our power needs as well. We're actually doing a lot of work modernizing those plants to make them more efficient, to switch from once-through cooling to air cooling, to just meet our mandates and regulations. And we're also adding in additional peaking units to help balance our renewable supply as well. And then up in the north, we have some of the old hydro power plants that's situated along our aqua system as well. We have over 3,500 miles of high voltage transmission systems, 124 miles of underground transmission. On the distribution level, we have about over 7,000 distribution lines, as well as nearly 3,600 miles of underground distribution cable. So there's a lot of infrastructure, both on the transmission, generation, and distribution side. And since we're a vertically integrated utility, we actually own all 3 types of assets. We're really trying hard to modernize our system and help to integrate renewables along the way, both at the generation level and at the distribution level as well with local solar. We have 3 major guiding principles: ensure high reliability, conform with environmental policy, all the mandates that's coming down from Sacramento, while also maintaining competitive rates. We actually have one of the lowest rates of similar type utilities within the state. So just some of our accomplishments in 2015, we're at 25% renewable as part of our whole energy portfolio. We've done a number of projects, including procuring the Don Campbell geothermal plant, which is near Reno, Nevada. We've negotiated many hundreds of megawatts of large-scale solar projects up in the desert. We have updated our energy efficiency targets to 15% of our energy mix by 2020, which is huge. We're continuing to make our power system more reliable. And we have longer-term energy storage procurement targets, including the use of batteries or compressed air storage technologies and such. And we also just procured the Apex power plant up in the desert about 2 years ago to help supplement our divestiture from our coal plants as well. Yeah, so over the next 15 years, we're going to be replacing 70% of our infrastructure just to make it more modernized. So it's a huge investment going forward. And to ensure reliable power delivery to our customers. Yeah, so this is kind of just a mix of where we are. Currently, well, this is a little bit dated, I guess, but right now we're at 25% renewables, but you see a 39% chunk still coming from coal. That's really going down. We recently divested from our Mojave coal plant, so we're no longer part of that. We're working on divesting from our Navajo coal plant, so in 2 years worth of time, we're no longer be a customer of that as well. And third, we have our IPP plant, which is our Intermountain Power Plant located in Utah. That's a coal plant as well, but within 10 years worth of time, we're going to be switching out that plant to be natural gas powered with a hybrid compressed air technology or other renewables as well. So by about 2020 to 2025 timeframe, we're going to have 0 coal. So these are our main targets: eliminate coal, reach 33% by 2020, and 50% by 2030 with the advent of SB 350 that was just signed a couple weeks ago by the governor. Achieve 15% energy efficiency by 2020, getting rid of once-through ocean cooling or in-basin plants, investing in our reliability program, and also support our EV program as well. And then this is pretty similar goals that I already talked about. Maintain the reliability, maintaining low rates while eliminating coal and increasing renewables. As far as our resource mix, as you can see, moving forward in time, working on increasing our share of solar, definitely, especially since the price of solar has dropped so significantly. And we're also going to be increasing our efforts on the energy efficiency as well to meet our at least our 33% target by 2020. And in that renewables mix, you can see that right now at 2015, we're really starting to ramp up our utility scale PPAs at this point. And also we're building in additional solar programs as well with our utility built solar program, which we all design in-house and implement and build. Our feed-in tariff program, which I'm probably a part of. And also our net meter program, which is also known as our solar incentive program, which gives at present about a 30% incentive for customers to install solar on their rooftops. Just a couple pictures of our various wind facilities. Wind points in the Columbia Gorge area, Pine Trees in Kern County, Milford is in Utah. And a bit more pictures. Adelanto project is one of our utility-built solar projects, so we actually commissioned this project ourselves. This is right next to our Adelanto converter station, which converts the terminus of the SPS HVDC line coming in from IPP. This is a 10-megawatt solar plant that's on our premises there near Adelanto. And this is one of our other utility-built solar projects. We utilized the land that we already had secured for the Pine Tree Wind project. We found a part that's relatively flat. This area is actually called airplane flat. So we decided to put in 8.5 megawatts of solar there as well. And you're already seen this map before, but it just kind of shows our various resources spanning from the various states in terms of renewables. And in terms of capacity, going forward, as you can see again, solar is going to play an integral part in making a part of that capacity. Especially, solar works well with us because it coincides very well with our load usage patterns. Especially compared with wind, which tends to blow harder at night when we don't have enough load to support it. And then just as part of the renewable energy mix, at 2015, we're kind of ramping down the wind. It's pretty much going to be staying constant for the next 15, 20 years. But again, solar is definitely going to take a foothold there. And geothermal, which has a longer lead development time for exploration and such. But we're working on geothermal as well to help support our base load. And then the fun and exciting stuff on our feed-in tariff program. So our feed-in tariff program was actually started back in 2012. We actually had the German delegation coming in and kind of giving us presentations on their lessons learned and how we can adapt such a program for our own utility. So we started with a 10-megawatt demonstration program, and that's primarily done up in the Owens Valley area. And then as time moved on, in 2013, it was split. So we had to do 150 megawatts of feed-in tariff. 50 megawatts is done through another program. This is just a FIT 100 program. So it's broken down into 5 allocations. So the first tranche, the first allocation back in 2013, we paid 17 cents per kilowatt hour. And currently, we pay 13 cents. So the idea was to spur demand. As time moved forward, people, the prices of solar would have gone down, so we would adjust the pricing accordingly. However, it hasn't been really nearly as successful as we had hoped for. The number of projects in service, as you can see here, we only have 7.9 megawatts in service out of 110 megawatts. We do have, however, 11.2 under contract, but it hasn't been built or commissioned as of yet. And we have 51.8 megawatts in the queue, but nobody really knows how many of those megawatts are actually going to be built because projects drop off for all sorts of reasons. So in Hope, out of 100, we have 59.7 megawatts that can potentially be built or already in service. Each allocation that we did moving forward in time, we tried to tweak the program to garner more demand. And in the last set of allocation, which is our 5th allocation, we made these changes. So before, the feed-in tariff program, we couldn't discriminate amongst technology. But this time, we really wanted to push for solar, since that was kind of like the dominant technology out there, and it was very suitable for carports and roofs and such. So in order to streamline our process, we decided to just limit to solar and see what happens. We also had an issue with our conditional use permit. It was determined by the City Planning Commission that we can no longer do ground mount projects. Instead, all ground mount projects would have to go through their individual permitting process, which would add a longer lead time to commissioning, which poses a greater risk to development. But we had a master CUP that covered all other projects. So all the rooftop projects and carport projects would be covered under master CUP, which did not need a individual customized CUP to be furnished. So therefore, we've prioritized rooftop and carport over ground mount to help streamline our program and our process. And our construction period in the contract used to be 18 months. We shortened that to 12 months. And they still have a 6-month extension option if they so wish. And that's to really spur, action. Because especially with the advent of the ITC set to expire by the end of next year, we really thought timing is of a critical nature and really want to push for developers and project managers to get their projects in the ground ASAP. So that's why we shortened that period as well. There are different steps in submitting their applications for the feed-in tariff program. So we tweak things around to see whether or not some processes can be done in parallel when they submit their paperwork. They can submit when they submit the project, they can pay 10% upfront of the interconnection cost of the deposit, and then pay the 90% later because there were issues with them coming with the whole amount, in the beginning. So that kind of helps move the process through a little bit. Based on just mandates from the state, we're also required to look into battery storage hybrid system on a case-by-case basis as to supplement whatever solar project is doing. So I just want to end by saying, by 2013 we met our 20% target. Next year we're going to be meeting our 25% interim target. 2020, 33%. And ultimately 2030, 50%. And we're all working hard to get ourselves there to that target. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
So William, would you be able to share that deck with the group after you feel comfortable? Would you feel comfortable doing that?
What types of data?
Would you PowerPoint?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I can share it on.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, William.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
So there are no plans for large-scale energy storage?
Not yet. Energy storage is still really expensive. So, we're not going to spearhead any technology that's still kind of in flux, especially when there's no real mandate as of yet from the state for us to procure targets for energy storage. We're still waiting to see how the market matures. And I think once we see a price point that's compatible with their economics, then we'll go ahead and make additional investments into that arena.
But you are considering it on a case-by-case basis?
On a case-by-case basis, these are smaller energy storage, options. But more on the utility side, we're looking into what our options are, but we're not really committing to anything. And for the local solar program, it's distributed generation. So we really have to do a lot of studies to see, because we have thousands of distribution circuits within the city of LA, and it's a very time-consuming and laborious process to be able to really study each circuit and determine exactly how much energy storage and how much solar and how much distributed generation each particular circuit can handle. We are doing those studies in-house, but it's a slow and steady process.
Since we're kind of focused more on the residential side, the 10 kilowatt and under, how does this translate back to what we're trying to achieve and streamline as a group?
Okay, so there's a couple solar programs. I'm just over the Feed-in Tariff program, which have systems ranging from 30 kilowatts to 3 megawatts, right, that targets the larger scale. There's another program, the SIP program, Solar Incentive Program, which ranges from 1 kilowatt to 1 megawatt, which is more residential. And, obviously, these studies are going to be of more prime importance because we have a lot more of those projects. And we also have paid, I believe, over $200 million into incentivizing our solar incentive programs already. We're working hard to really streamline our costing line internally to make sure that applicants have a smoother time of getting their permitting and their paperwork processed in a timely manner. Recently, we just went to board actually for that program, and we split up the administrative portion with the engineering portion so that we can do things more in parallel. So you're going to see some of those positive changes coming from those recommendations that we made starting probably by December of 2015.
So can you share kind of what the historical 2015 average timeline was for a residential sized project and what the proposed new recommendations are going to change that to?
Unfortunately, I don't know the details for that because I'm not over that program.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get us those answers after the meeting?
Yeah, I can work on it.
Okay. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
very much.
All right, so we have
Very close.
I'll pass these around so you can look at them. They're kind of bulky, but anyway.
It's way slimmer than a service upgrade.
Okay. Okay, so this one here is the, what we call it, the 9 o'clock position. And this is your 12 o'clock position. Okay, so the 9 o'clock is a brand new one that just got new out listed. And this is a huge version of the box. I don't know if you're going to look at it or not, because we just don't see the parts and pieces inside of them. Okay, so So this picture here is not really the way it looks in the field. It was really photoshopped just for our flyer. So basically, the reason the RMA was developed is that it's a movable meter adapter. And the reason it was developed because due to the increase in solar, we've had so many requests that unfortunately our service department has been kind of delayed in responding. So it used to be where if a customer's doing a rewire or an upgrade on their panel, they would contact our office, and we would respond within 3 to 5 working days by going to the field, meeting customers, and seeing what they need and writing those orders up. For right now, we're running about 8 to 10 weeks wait to do that, so it's really bad. So this is developed by in-house by San Gas Electric. We have a patent on it, and what it does is all the work is done on the utility side. If the customer is told they need to upgrade the panel, the size of the breakers and whatnot, instead of waiting all that time, they can call and ask for an RMA. So the RMA has been in business now for about 3 months, towards the end of July is when we start doing it, and we've installed about 600 so far in our service territory, and we have about 200 plus in the queue. And right now, if you're interested in an RMA, I think it takes about, I was told about 1 to 2 weeks to install, so it's pretty fast. Okay?
I can vouch for that.
Okay. And so, for example, in the month of September, we authorized 2,724, solar rooftop projects, just residential stuff. And this month so far, we have about 2,470. So we do a lot of residential solar installation. So really, that's really all I have. It's really short.
Okay.
Uh-oh, question. I think he raised his hand first.
You did. Why is it so expensive? Because I have the pre-approved without the breaker.
Sure.
It's 1,400% less than the current cost.
You mean the cost to get one of these installed?
Yeah, it's basically priced the same as a panel upgrade, but it's like 20 minutes worth of work.
Well, the reason that is because the way that it's done, it has to go through a certain type of a rule that we have in-house. It's called a Rule 2 contract. So if you want one of these, it's a Rule 2 contract, and there's a certain markup as far as, over the life of the installation, because we own it, we have to maintain it. So basically, as long as you own it, we're going to fix it if something goes wrong with it. So it's a lifetime maintenance. It's, the in-house cost, the labor, the all that stuff.
Can one of us installers that has an applicable license install it with the meter unlocked to save time?
No, the reason we don't allow non-utility workers to install is because it's sitting on our side of the board. We don't do it in our stuff. But basically, how we, as a utility, we're responsible up to the actual meter, and the RMA is basically the extension of the meter, and therefore we need to install it. That's why.
So,
I think,
John, sorry.
So first of all, an excellent presentation, Tiffany. I look forward to you doing more in the future.
Sure.
And, no, it'll be longer. But second is that, could you talk a little bit also about how you are reaching out or conversing with fellow utilities that may also be working on SLAM? I know you work with APS and others.
We're actually not working with other utilities. We're having conversations. Right. SoCal Edison's interested, and they're looking at it. We're looking to maybe offer it to other utilities. But I guess I've heard, and don't quote me, but I've heard there's some problems with it because, we're regulated and this and that and the other. And they're working on it. We like to share it with the industry because we think it's a good product to provide for the customers. They don't have to do the rewiring, especially if it's underground and they have to trench. That's where the money comes
Right. I just wanted to put out there that it's not looking at just San Diego.
No,
beyond.
Ken Parks is the manager of customer generations, and if you have any question on this particular product itself, Ken will be your person because he's doing all the legwork and everything as far as trying to provide it to other people, other utilities.
So first of all, as far as being an inspector, I love it. Okay, this is awesome. For being solar ready to do installation, I love it. But what are you looking at for inspection, code compliance? Are you working? I'm sure you're working with San Diego.
Right.
So how do you guys? What is draw line? Is utility?
Okay. So we work with the local jurisdiction. There's 21 jurisdictions in our service territory. Sonoma County and San Diego City being the two biggest ones. And this came out last summer, and we worked with them through the whole process. This is not the product that we originally came out with. There's a lot of feedback from the jurisdiction, even though technically it's all on our side, so we're not code bound, we're more geo and PUC bound. But with that said, where the jurisdiction picks up and where we end is at the fuse disconnect and the box is going around. So basically what we do is when a customer is interested, we go out and we install the adapter, and the width is a 6-foot width, and we kind of, make it to whatever fits in the field, whether we have to go far to stay away from the gas riser, or it can be right there. And we install the fuse disconnect, and then we're done. So the customer, the contractor, will install the fuse sizing depending on the size of their PV system. And so the jurisdiction check that part, because that's it. They don't actually check anything else. So everything else is on our side of the board, from panel to fuse system.
So what the question is, what size of the breaker can a PV install installing? Or I'm sorry, what type of fuse?
Oh, what type of fuse?
What size of fuse? I'm sorry, what size of fuse can give us the maximum?
Up to 48, basically 80% of 60.
So it's still going to be regulated under the distribution on the load side. Is that you considering this, or the jurisdiction, the 21 jurisdiction, are you considering this on the load side or on the line side of that meter?
This is the line side.
So it's line side.
The line side, that's what we're doing now.
So there is no limitation as far as, the 20% rules doesn't apply.
Because of the budget.
20% of it, you can read it to 100% of the service.
Absolutely. As long as it doesn't exceed the breaker of the panel.
However, we're in discussion. I know with CAT, we're in discussion where some of the customers are doing the RMA to avoid the upgrade, and then they want to do another tap. We're in discussion on that right now.
Maybe on that point, Steve, have you inspected and seen some of these? We have. All that could almost talk and also talk about your experience with them.
We've been approving them probably regularly for the last month and a half, 2 months. The thing that we find the biggest problem is having somebody just note it on the plans above the service saying RMA. That's the only notification that they're installing it. So we've asked that you note it, give us the installation instructions like you would normally give me on the inverter and the panels. We have not had a problem with people not following the overcurrent protection device. If you're maxed out at 30, the maximum overcurrent device you can place on that inverter, you must have the 30 amp disconnect in that overcurrent device that she's showing you there. We haven't had a problem with any of it. They've been running very smooth.
So what exactly do you look for when you go out to this?
They're looking for the conductor sizes coming in to that. They're looking at the connection of the overcurrent device, what size is that overcurrent device, and then you just start your inspection just like you normally would on any other PD system.
Are you guys still enforcing the various different grounding requirements that a lot of the 21 different AHJs are kind of pushing on for additional ground rods when PV gets installed? And we see a lot of that, but with the RMA, are we still held to the same?
Yeah, you're still the same. I mean, the code doesn't.
But we're not tying to the panel, we're doing a line-side tap.
You're still responsible to have the grounding and bonding requirements for the NEC on the building. So if there's not a user there available, you still need to realize that you put on a PV system on the house and must meet the minimum requirements for grounding and bonding.
Which is a separate issue.
Yes, it's a very separate issue.
69047 directs you back to TVIT.
Yeah.
I'm curious, since this device is similar in price to a service panel upgrade, why might somebody opt to go this direction as opposed to a full panel upgrade?
Time factor, because
of the 8 to 10 weeks you referenced?
Right, the 8 to 10 weeks to get a service order written, and then you still have to do a disconnect reconnect while you do the panel change, so that's a little bit out. But mostly it's for, honestly, it's for folks with underground service, because what will happen is, if you have to do an upgrade, it's not just a panel upgrade, you've got a trench too. If you have a certain type of conduit that's not going to...
So if you can do a panel upgrade easily, then maybe that's the route that you go.
This is more simplicity. This is real simplicity.
And quick.
Very quick.
Yeah, it's a timing factor.
Aerial cable as your...
Right, so you have what we refer to as SITA, which is secondary aluminum, duct aluminum. Okay, so what that is back in the 60s and 70s, the conduit that was installed, the conduit and the wire were like one insulation, and those generally are only good about 125 amps. And most people that are doing a panel upgrade are going to 200, and then they have to dig.
Understood. Okay, that makes sense.
They don't want to.
Now that answers my question.
And then now you're talking pavers and driveways and all kinds of stuff.
And lots of money.
Yeah.
What I have seen that doesn't make much sense to me, though it's code compliant, is somebody that has a 100 amp service with 125 amp bus and has 50 amps available for PV tie-in, puts this RMA in and ties 30 amps to it. I see it all the time, I can't tell the customer buyer beware, but there's no reason for it, and we don't deny it. But there are a lot of those out
The
there.
only reason I would say is probably timing. That's about it.
Jackson, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, a couple of questions. And Tiffany, did you say the connection's on the line side or the load side of the meter for your conductors? On the line?
The line, yes.
Wouldn't they need to be on the load side for the net metering to operate? In other words,
Yes.
so the current will go through the meter on its way back to your system? Just a question. I'm sure it's connected properly. Just clarification.
The line side of the breaker, but on the low side of the...
Load side of the meter. Got it. Okay. And the only other comment I had was in regard, I think there was a question about bonding and grounding, and it's hard for me to hear, so I may not be hearing everything correctly, but this, in effect, would be establishing a new service disconnect, for that premises. So the bonding and grounding requirements for a service would be applicable in that case. Is that not correct, or how do you guys see that?
What we do is we do connect the, I guess it's called grounding neutral, onto the Polaris fittings inside of the, on the back side of the adapter. So when we pull out our meter and we put on the adapter, there is it's connected to Polaris fitting on our side of the can. That's how we want to the actual panel.
We have another question. Thomas Burba? Thomas?
Yes.
Like a balance.
Oh boy.
May Tiffany speak more about the specific type of main service panels that qualify for RMA? Not all of them do currently. Will the number of main service panels that qualify be expanded in the future?
Right now, it's just for residential only, 200 amps or less. And what we've done online, Ken has done a really good job, is right now it's in the pilot stage. So anybody who wants one, we just go out there ready to install. And what will happen is we can either install or we don't. We can pay the contract either way because we want to make sure that we reach everybody. So right now online, you'll see, if a customer is interested, they'll go and look and go, oh, my panel looks like this. I don't qualify, I don't bother calling. Just go to the normal service order route. Or if my panel looks like this, it will qualify. So we have those pictures online because a lot of times you can't really tell if a customer can receive an RMA or not until you go out in the field, whether it be the existing installation is not standard, and if they upgrade, they would have to change it to a different location. So those are the kind of things that will be a turn down, I guess, for an RMA. So there's no way of knowing until you actually get to the property. Because what we do is on an existing non-conforming installation, we take that opportunity to make the customer bring it up to today's standards, whether it be lack of working clearance or just an air conditioner installed right in front of the panel, that kind of thing. So there's really no way of knowing, but we have some pictures of, hey, if you have this, don't call, go to the normal route, and then if you have this, call because you'll qualify.
And so in the interest of time, we got some pretty good stuff coming up in the agenda. I'm going to thank Tiffany. If you guys have any specific questions, please get a hold of her.
One quick note, Hector.
Yes.
If you haven't figured out already, the restrooms are through that glass door, the first door on the right.
And that little refrigerator right under the coffee machine has the water and soft drink. So if you need some additional ones, they're right there, right outside the door. We're on agenda item 7?
7, yes.
Okay. Before we present the briefing note, I just wanted to, there was some pretty good discussions that happened, not only during this briefing note, but others. And I got some feedback. I just want to go through some of the feedback and make some, and Paul and I had some discussions and make some recommendations to the group as to how to proceed. Again, participation overall it's okay. We want more folks to participate. There seems to be a smaller group that are participating, and I know that all of you have a lot of ideas, a lot of suggestions. So we really need participation from everybody in the group. That is really critical, and that seems to be kind of like the biggest comment that we're getting. Is everybody getting engaged in the discussions, getting engaged in what's going on? There's been some really good opinionated discussions, some conflicts, and we want those things to happen so that we can move forward. But always keep in mind that this is not a personal thing. This is not about you and I. This is a much bigger thing. We got to focus on the business all the time.
Focus on the issue, not the person.
Thank you. And keep the big picture in mind. So we heard that. Another comment we heard, sometimes the discussions get way too technical and some folks don't have the expertise, so we need to keep that in mind as we have some of the discussions. And this happens here, and it happens in the groups. Sometimes the discussions get derailed. And I think that's happening because there's just so much to talk about. And we start on a particular subject and it just goes here because there's so much things going on, and we want to talk about them. Sometimes things get a little bit derailed. So we need to kind of, regroup and think, okay, what is our purpose? What are we doing here at this meeting or conference call, and get focused on that. Also heard that the conference calls, to somebody's surprise, are actually very effective. That's really, really good.
Of course they are.
Yeah. Well, that was just a comment. Okay. Oh, important comment is that as the groups go out, either the technical groups or the groups working on the particular issues, that it actually needs to be somebody that's designated as the leader facilitator. That's critical. And well, I'm going to touch upon that a little bit more, because that seems to be very, very critical. And whoever's leading should try to be unbiased as much as possible. Let me see anything else here. Oh, this is actually a good suggestion. Some of the discussions happen by email, and it's hard to track those discussions. Emails, the subject changes, and it still pertains to this discussion, and it's hard to track that. So a suggestion was to form some forums, some online forums that have very specific subject matter, and you can track and you can see all the threads in there, and you can join a forum or just watch the forum. You can upload documents. You can see what's going on. So I think that's a great suggestion. So we're going to look at see how we can do that. If anybody has experience with the forums or has an application, suggestion, please send it to Paul and I, and we'll take a look at it. And we heard that that's really an effective way of doing things. Okay, online polling was a suggestion, and topics are being discussed. Things can come from Paul and I and send it to you. Hey, what do you think of this? And we can take some quick online polls to get the sense where the group is at. So that was another suggestion. Also heard sometimes the issue statements are not clear enough. They may be a little too complex. So part of our effort is, especially the new issues, or even the current ones, if we need to clarify them, is that we all need to understand them. They have to be clear to all of us. If they're not clear to us, how are they going to be clear to the public? So kind of heard that. Group dynamics, and I mentioned this earlier, we've got to kind of look at ourselves that we're not dominating the discussions, we're not, taking over what's going on. We've got to step back and let others speak, and it's critical. And so we just don't overrun the whole process. Let's see. The group calls, conference calls, and agenda is very important, so we stay on task. And also heard that the process may be actually taking too long to get to a final briefing note. That's just a comment. So some of the, I have a friend of mine who works for a company called MIG. The I stands for Isofano. I forgot what the rest stands for. Daniel Isofano, and he is an expert facilitator. He's just pretty amazing what he does, and check in with him every once in a while. So we talked to him a couple of days ago, and hey, this is where we're at SEAC, and he suggested that administrative support, not only for this large group meeting, is critical, but also for conference calls and the sign meeting. And again, leadership in those discussions critical, and don't delegate it. Don't delegate leadership to somebody in the group. And when we have discussions, always go around the table. Check in with everybody, make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. And another suggestion is maybe go from 4 groups to 3 groups. So, and instead of tackling maybe 4 issues at a time, maybe do 3 at a time. So that was the suggestion. So Paul and I can talk about it a little bit more. And what we're going to do is, and I'm going to have my secretary do this, is take the burden off of you to schedule those conference calls. We'll do that for you, and we'll work with you on your schedule. Okay, so that burden is off of you, and then and as much as possible, well, I'm committing myself to be on all those calls, all those conference calls, and also to help facilitate. And Paulo will be there also. So that takes that burden away from you also. So that's what we're proposing. Any comments on that? Questions? Suggestions? Feedback?
I really like the idea of the forums online. I've had success with that. I'm working in the IAI. We have different committees, and the different committees can log on, go to their forums, and they can discuss code proposals, whatever it is that they're discussing. And so the online forums is a really good thing. I don't know if you put it on the SEAC website or something and have different forums, or we can get in and do that. That would be great.
Okay, great. Jeff, anything?
Well, I'm curious, the forums, and I really like that concept too. Would this be open to the public to view?
Good question.
Well, it's going to be on our website, so I would imagine it's going to be public.
Our forums, some are public and some are locked out to members only. And so that's something.
So we can do both things.
Yeah. Want to hear a little bit more about that, because those forums I call them draft discussions. They're not for we don't have a document for the public to consume. So we could keep it private until we actually have something.
It seems safer for the moment.
Okay, good.
I just think people would speak more frankly, not to worry about how they couch their positions specifically.
If it were private, I agree. I think private would be a better way to do it until we have something that's formal that goes out.
Great. Chris, anything? Don? Mark?
Those are great ideas.
If you go with a commercial forum like eBulletin, you can figure it out any way you want.
What's it called again?
There's a commercial forum called eBulletin.
Okay.
It's not a very expensive platform, and you can tailor it however you want it to be. You can have people able to get in or not able to get in, and it's very simple.
Great. Anybody here? Tony, Don, comments? Yes.
I'm just curious, like, as a sort of quasi-participating non-member, how locked or unlocked status should be. I'd love to be able to see what's going on, but I understand that as currently not a member of the group, I wouldn't be able to log in. So,
well, you could still make
sort that out.
I think there's only 20 some odd SEAC,
24.
but I would imagine that to the discretion of SEAC, you could add anybody you so desire to that forum.
Okay, that's a good comment. Anything else? Anybody? Tiffany, anything? Okay. So we'll explore that. Thank you for that suggestion, and look at other ideas. Maybe our IT folks have some suggestions.
It's private.
Private?
Members only.
But do
As far as applications, we'll explore.
explore?
We'll
Okay.
give you the best solution.
Excellent. Okay. So now, 8021. AB 2188, issue number 1. We're having somebody present that, correct?
Yes, and I wanted to, before we the discussion on the draft final listing note, just to emphasize, and I know Don framed it pretty nicely, is that SEAC's recommendations are recommendations only. They're purely recommendations to help and aid the industry. And Don, I really like the way you framed it. You said they are a tool for your tool belt. So that's how we like to keep it in mind. All our recommendations are going to be living documents that will be improved upon going forward. AB 2188 is, for many of us, a new process. And to look at SEAC is a supportive role to and for all of you. So we all have to work together to achieve a common goal. And let's keep our objectives real, and let's go out and make things better for everyone. Thanks.
So issue number 1, who's presenting it?
Well, we can put it up on the screen and we can start discussing it. I know that, well, Chris, Alan, and Don, we were all involved in the discussion, so.
Who can walk us through it?
So may I ask one question, because that's one of my comments on it, and it's a global comment on it, is that you were saying that this is a recommendation and that it's in your tool belt kind of thing, right? So with that in mind, my question is that when I read this draft, one of the concerns I would have is that while we are saying, well, this is a recommendation of some good practices, it really ultimately comes down to, though, the decision of the authority having jurisdiction is that going to work for them? And so I think that it would be advisable if we put some disclaimer, come up with some disclaimer that we would put on any recommendations that this committee comes forward with, to simply say that this is that this committee as a collectively looked at this and that and determined, with lots of thought put this together, but recognizing that the AHJ is the one who's going to have to decide to put this into practice, something to that effect.
Well, ultimately, that's the definition of NEC Section 110.2. Approved means acceptable to the authority having jurisdiction, and that's the intent of this document. And I think I would paraphrase this with a, preface it with a statement that says, approved, while approved, the definition means acceptable to the authority having jurisdiction. There's a mandate to do one inspection. By law, you have to do one inspection. The following document is a compilation of items that are successful in other jurisdictions that can be used in whole or in part as a toolkit for the jurisdiction to be able to facilitate the implementation of that single inspection. So if we make a bunch of recommendations to provide, these are photos that you should provide, we're saying, if you want to take 3 of those and take photographs and go crawl in the attic and get up on the roof and do the other parts as a field inspection, then that's the intent of this document. It is to be used in whole or by part as a toolkit for the jurisdiction to select the pieces of it and say, you know what, it's a 20-foot tall steep roof, I'm not going up there. Do you have the picture of the module label? Or I don't have access to the house to be the smoke detectors. It could be acceptable to this jurisdiction or not. And if that jurisdiction wants to write a correction notice and say, I need access to the smoke detector, that's entirely up to that jurisdiction. It wasn't intended to replace the inspection process.
My whole point was not just for this particular one. I think it's a global one where you want to have a disclaimer that we can all agree with. I mean, for example, UL does this. I'm confident that ETL does this as well, where when we put out an evaluation report, we put out a listing, we do, we have this ultimate disclaimer that in essence is saying, hey, but the final decision is ultimately the authority having jurisdiction. Likewise, it's the same thing from the committee. I think that would be very respectful to jurisdictions, but also at the same time, put in a part of that statement is that this group of representative stakeholders have put this together for this consideration, but recognizing ultimately.
Rewording number 3 the current status can be
But,
tied in as
but that's,
disclaimer.
I got other issues. That's not the disclaimer.
I think that what John's saying, we've kind of done in the past in the San Diego area. And it would just be a disclaimer as you open any document up. The San Diego area, we have what we call the San Diego Area Electrical Newsletter. And what that is all 21 jurisdictions and San Diego County have bought into, like we're doing here, a consensus process of adoption and clarification of electrical things. And we started out by just saying the San Diego Area Electrical Newsletters are developed through a cooperative effort of the San Diego Area Inspection Jurisdictions and are approved by the San Diego Area chapter of the ICC. The newsletters provide local jurisdictions a resource for interpretation and enforcement of the 2013 California Electrical Codes based on the 2011 edition of the National Electrical Code in compliance with blah, blah, blah. The authority having jurisdiction for enforcement of the code has the responsibility of making the interpretations of the rules, for deciding on the approval of the equipment and materials, and for granting special permissions in completing in a number of rules. And so if you had a qualifying statement,
that exact statement.
Yeah, copy that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Steve Jackson, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I get nervous when I see what possibly could be a message of too much reliance on inspection by photograph. And I realize that's not the intent here, and Don explained that pretty well, but reading the document as currently written, that's the message I get. And so I like what John was saying. I like the points he brought up, and Steve as well. A couple of other points, and this goes back to the very first SEAC meeting we had. We discussed this topic, and we discussed using photographs as a tool for some hidden parts of the array, primarily the flashing on tile roofs at that point. And that was a recommendation. It was a tool. Some of us also recommended some other tools. But those other tools or other ways of handling the single inspection aren't in the document. And to be honest, not all of us were part of the task group that got to comment on this issue 1. So that's one of the problems here is we got a final document now that made it this far, but not all of us were involved in creating it, at its genesis. So that's why the comments I have is it just seems to be an overemphasis. Possibly that might be the message to jurisdictions on, hey, just get a picture and you're good. And that may be fine for them. It may be fine for certain portions of the inspection, but that's what needs to be made clear. And of course, some language that points in that direction would be welcomed by me, certainly.
Steve?
I agree with them completely. Maybe one thing would help on I agree with the base of the document. Where I have issues is where we start saying SEAC recommendations include the following photo guidelines for inspection of items not readily accessible. From there down, I have some issues with that. Maybe if you go back up to number 4, and it says photographic documentation utilizing digital cameras has been a successful tool, it says should be, maybe we should scratch that and say maybe considered at the time.
And I think we should add, it does not substitute for a required inspection.
So when we're hearing this document,
we're now getting into specifics because I got stuff even earlier. So
okay, before we go there, we're hearing that there still needs some work from the language. We need to.
Well, it's still in draft.
This is not final. It's not final until the group says it's final. And Pete, if you have recommendations that should be on here that'll help facilitate a single inspection, I'm sure the group will welcome those. So please bring that to whom?
Pete can let us know. I mean, we did say at our last meeting, we asked those who could volunteer to be the technical group.
Okay.
And we said that if anybody wants to join in,
okay,
they can. So, I mean, if Pete wants to, we'll let the group know when we all meeting.
Okay. And
if they want to join, then they can let us know. So maybe we'll just open it up and let everybody know.
I'll send you a copy of our ordinance that pretty much would spell it out as an option.
So I'm kind of confused on one point here. So it would seem like having, in this particular form, this would be where the ideal part would be to kind of go through this, wouldn't it? And am I hearing that we're not going to go through this?
No, we are going to go through this. We don't, Pete's going to send some information to incorporate on here, and we'll do that, and we can bring it back. But if you have specific questions or comments now, you know,
I'm ready.
This is the forum.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have one comment, and I've talked to a lot of jurisdictions about this when I'm talking to other things throughout Southern California, Central California. They already know it's mandated. And by having that word mandated in your comments here, you think that you're telling somebody with more authority that they already know. So you might want to look at your language a little bit and use a different way of saying, to assist you in coming up with this instead of mandated by this. Mandated says you're telling them something they already know, and they may not appreciate that from the document. So, like I said, you might want to take a little more look at how it's worded to make it a little more palatable. Go ahead.
I would agree. May I ask that we divide the question in the sense that we talk general, and then we start getting into specifics already in the item 5 under recommendations. Is it possible if we could dispense of any across the board, like Dave's was across the board, the comment of disclaimers across the board, and then could we just say, are there any comments for 1? Sure. Is there any comments for 2? And so that we don't, because just in response to your point earlier, well taken, that otherwise we tend to squirrel. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So,
I just saw it.
Again, we're talking about general comments. This is going to be the first product of SEAC. It really is. So this is good discussion because what we think about here, right? What we think about here, the language that we come up here, it'll just flow through to whatever else this group generates.
Well, I think if it says mandated, that's probably referring to the Assembly Bill AB 2188, which we believe is mandated.
Yeah.
It's not us saying that
they are
mandated.
mandated. They are. You're saying this is overstating the obvious, and people might be offended, but you could say with jurisdictions across the state endeavoring to.
To assist in performing one inspection. This is, here are some recommendations to assist. Yeah. I just reviewed it.
So before we go to Mustafa, just another general comment is, in terms of getting this out to the public, it's going to cost, you know, just be cognizant that we can wordsmith this to death. So we got to be careful about that, and then it may take another month or 2 months before we get this out. So think about that. You know, it's, you know, I can pick this up one day and read things into it of somebody else, and then we thought it was perfect, and there can be different interpretations as we go along. So we got to be just. This is our first one. I know we got to be careful, but let's just keep that in our head. That let's not. If we cannot beat it to death, get it to a point that it gives a certain comfort level. It may not be 100% perfect, but has that comfort level. And maybe we can take that and give it to somebody else who's not even a SEAC. Hey, what do you think about it? And have somebody else take a look at it. That's an option. So just some comments from me. And
so a couple of things. If you guys have seen the LA County inspection guidelines for explorer permit, we keep talking about, for example, during the field inspection, photographs and video evidence of the item listed below may be required. Okay, so it's not going to be all the time. If the inspector feels that he wants to see a portion of the construction, or I want to see that portion, can you show it to me? That's one. The other thing I just want to make a statement. It's been about 6 months for the SEAC as we get it together, and it would be very, very good if they could formalize a fruit coming out of this. The industry is very interested. I'm anxious, and I'm sure all of us sitting here are anxious to get a fruit out of this, out of our meetings, out of our time. So I really feel that if anybody has any comments, let's quickly get on this. And this could be one of the things that starts the SEAC, and you see that the SEAC is successful. Okay, this one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Roll up our sleeves and go for
final notes. We're never going to get a final draft. No, not 100% of us are never going to be satisfied. So there's got to be some stuff in there that is a must-have, and there's some stuff in here that's a nice-to-have, and I'm looking at John just mark it up, and I wish John was just part of the group, because we're going to rewrite the whole thing if we go through John's list.
No,
So,
not necessarily.
I mean,
Not necessarily.
I mean, we got to be careful about how in the weeds we get on it. Because, I mean, at the end of it, we want to say, hey, this is going to work for some people. It might work for you. It might not. But this gives you a great building block to say, I'm okay with these. I'm not okay with these. I'm going to always mandate X, Y, Z. That's up to the AHJ. It always is. But we're saying this could work for some people that don't have a formalized process. This is a great jumping off point, I think, is the intention of all of these documents.
Thank you. Sorry?
I was just going to say, I think we already set some rules about that in the very first meeting on when we have to vote and what kind of vote is acceptable. We just go by those rules. If it's a majority vote or if it's a 2/3 vote that's needed to approve it, that's what we go by. It is not going to be 100% acceptable to everybody all the time. And we did set those rules in the very first meeting on what is an acceptable forum.
I don't have the
documents change, will be changing over time.
Of course.
Consensus is
When
when
everybody
everybody
agrees to it, then that will be changed.
Just like the code. The code changes, the wording of the, you know, the wording on the code changes every 3 years.
So I don't have this on the screen, but this is a presentation from one of the early meetings about consensus. And the ideal situation is everybody to be either 1, 2, or 3. Number 1 is I agree, no further changes. Number 2, I agree, I have some concerns, I can live with it. And number 3, I don't fully agree, but I'm not going to block. So if all of SEAC is in 1, 2, or 3, then this moves forward. So keep that in mind. Being 1, 2, or 3, we don't want to go 4 or 5. What that means, we're going to have a lot of discussions. So let's stay up there. All right, we'll get to Pete in a second. Jeff?
What's the hope from a timetable to adopt these guidelines?
If there is no timetable, it's what Mustafa said. An early win really brings credibility to the group, and this is one of those early.
Well, I'm assuming we're not going to complete this today, but is the hope that by the next meeting we have this language clarified, and does everybody feel comfortable that's achievable?
Yes. Now, a suggestion to you, this is the issue number 1. There's 3 more issues, 80, 21, 88. Can we push ourselves to get all 4 of them done by the next meeting? Is that a possibility?
I just wanted to comment that on issue number 1, we spent a lot of time, several calls that were over an hour each, just discussing issue 1. Now we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, and I know that everybody here is really busy, and Pete would like to participate, and maybe John is, and it's, you know, it's quite a delicate procedure of finding everybody's time availability at that set time. So, you know, we need to work on what's the best way of actually, you know, the small group getting together to formalize this and present it to the whole group, but be able to present it before we get to the next meeting so that we're not waiting another month.
Yeah. My comment is that it's just something to look at too, not on this document, but when you go back to the rewrite, okay? Because as you said, it's a living document. We're going to be adding stuff in and out. We may get comments to there. It's something to put in the back burner so that when you do go back and revisit it, that you know you have to do. I'm not saying to do it in this document.
Okay.
Pete?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of comments. Yeah, all we're looking for with any of this is consensus, of course, and that doesn't mean that everybody 100% agrees. So, and I think all of us are in this committee realize that. And as far as productivity and getting something out, I think maybe the challenge here is the fact that before we finished this first one, I mean, this is the first time I've seen our very first piece of work, we've already moved on to, you know, 8 or 10 other items that are in the works. So maybe a little bit more structure in terms of let's finish one and work through it before we move on to the next one or next group of ones might benefit all of us. You know, the comments I had in regard to this, I would have made 2 months ago if I saw this document 2 months ago. And I wasn't in the group that put it together, and then it went to a technical committee outside the group that finished it off. and that's all good. But in terms of process and hey, let's put something out. We need to produce something. Well, maybe we should stay with 1 or 2 items first, get them done, and get them out before we move on to others. So just a comment on productivity.
Thanks, Steve. John?
On that thought, trying to help, my comments to Paula's on that kind of question is that as it goes through those technical groups and subgroups and all that, maybe it's one of those things where it's just like those who are on the SEAC that are, and those SEAC members that are going to be voting on it eventually, is that they also are copied on exactly every single step of that, and it's shame on us if we don't make a comment along that way instead of at this 11th hour when we have it in front of us. And then what I'd ask is that if we could come up with some way to communicate in the subject line of our emails that would indicate in very bold or capitalized letters if something is due on a certain day, because that helps. Because when you have a plethora of numerous emails going through your box, to be able to sort out which ones are, this has got a deadline to it, this one is just informational back and forth.
So we're going to look at the forums, and that may be the best way to do this. So then everybody can see the threads and what's going on, and you can see the latest document. So we'll take a look at that. I don't know how long it'll take for us to implement that, but we're definitely going to look at that.
In the meantime, the subject category in the body of the email could be critical.
Yes, very critical.
If we otherwise,
it's overwhelming to me of how I already got hundreds of other emails for other things, and then to have the hundreds of emails it seems for SEAC.
Yeah, join the club.
Is that if there's some way we can figure out a way to communicate in the subject line and that it's not going off in different directions and it's clear this is critical.
I mean, I try my best to.
Well, I know you can do. I'm just asking.
Thank you.
Chris and Dave?
I'm just curious, and shoot me down if you guys want. We have a pretty good idea here. Can we just vote on it as is to see if we even hit one of the first 3? And if we get like 1 hand raised, then let's rip it apart. But if we agree as a group that this is pretty passable, let's make an objectionable maybe language to look at it and say, there are a couple words here and there that I could stomach changing to get this to publication. Before, we got a good solid hour.
I would rather have a discussion so I understand before taking that, because I might not have an issue. And if I just simply go, well, sure, and then all of a sudden we say, oh, that's good. That didn't give the benefit of a doubt of a discussion. You don't take a vote without having a little bit of discussion.
Let's all take 5 minutes to read it, and then
I've already done that.
Perfect. Would you approve it on one of the 3 merits as it stands?
No.
Cool. And I can say we've had some discussions, and I would say no too.
Okay.
Some of us
HJs
want to, and it would not take a lot of time.
Exactly.
Right. Right.
Minuscule massaging.
So we'll do that.
So is that what we're going for?
We should do,
is minuscule massaging to get it to a passable thing here?
So I
think we can do it here.
All right, we'll do it. I want to take one more comment.
Item number 5 is affidavit signed by the installer and home to be considered by the AHJ verification of installation of required smoke and carbon monoxide detectors required by the California Residential Code. This is beyond the scope of solar. This is getting into something that applies to just about every permit that's going on. And it's something we haven't done in the past. And then we have number 11 is include photos of all required smoke alarms and CEO. That will bleed into other inspection requests as well. Because folks are going to say, well, if it's good enough for solar, why is it not good enough for a re-roof or for a something else? So you need to be careful about that.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go 1 through whatever. And I'm hearing that the changes minor, which is fantastic, and then we go around the room and see where we're at and go from there. Do you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break, read through this, and go to the restroom? Okay, back to you.
So, okay, so I have what?
Okay, you don't have to.
What? No, the word should.
Define, define is. Define the word is. What is? Is she on you or is she off you?
My problem is, first of all, is that we talk about one of the primary you don't explore it. In my mind, you should talk about that it, to me, the biggest concern I have oh my God, what if the things I can do are, what if I miss something? And then the other concern, other things, in other words, what's fueling this concern? Does this absolve you? No. The concerns I have, the two concerns I have, one is and then the second is that if you find that it's not you're not done. You don't have to. You don't have to. I understand. Right. That's what I'm saying. Is that if you bring up this is that I read that only one was giving the form. It's just spell. But not necessarily. What if there's correction? Exactly. You're getting called out. Not necessarily. You get called back if they have correction. Are you saying? I'll only get called back if there's problems. Yes. But I'm only required to call me out. Yeah. Then on issues, all day for about 2 minutes, however long it takes you resolve the issue. And so it's and the other thing, well, that's one thing. The other thing that bothers me is on the recommendations, there are some things like, I think there's another twist. I don't disagree. And it's actually what's the date? Yeah, it's not even mentioning it. In the document, it's a railroad software inspection. It's actually, I said it's It's not on there. Exactly. See, I am all fired up because of certain things. Oh, I'm not. I'm hardly sorry. Are you guys friends now? Are you guys yeah, bullshit. I think, conceal things. Yeah. And I looked at that contrary to chapter 1. And it's actually the way I would say it is photographing documentation is used to demonstrate compliance. To maybe to determine, it may be used to determine compliance.
Do you know where the fuse disconnect box went?
It's already going to be installed in my house. I don't know where it is. ETL's got it in the back lab. ETL's in the back trying to reverse, figure out how to get it.
Seriously, where is the box?
What I am intrigued.
Oh, somebody stole it. $1,500. I guess, hey, do you guys install that?
One of the things that I saw where
so this is
that there's nothing you need to have incorporated in each photo application, the date. No. I think those are 3 things you would have to see. Because otherwise it's just it was in one spot.
If they send it to you in a digital form, and then there's this you have to track it.
But I just want to.
You can so many
But I love what Mark was talking about when we started this conversation. When I take the picture and down the corner, there is this little, I write on my piece of paper the address and the permit number.
Yeah, I understand.
How difficult is it? Not difficult at all.
My thought was that rather than flowing into that, so that was more.
I'm not a document.
All right. It is, I just didn't know if it went all the way into the black module.
Something they don't care.
I'm not disagreeing on it. Like I say, that's what I thought. So that was one point. Okay, so if it comes from you, I think that our engineer will incorporate that in, but we can go over this and I'll get our engineers right now.
Just want to snapshot it first. So
Yeah,
not what crazy. So I went to one o'clock last night. I like that. Not a SEAC stuff.
Wow.
And he calls tax. It's crazy.
Wow.
And then 7 o'clock we proper inspection.
You must be wired.
I am.
Dear. Hopefully you can relax after.
No.
Oh dear.
So I just said this email, it's not ready, so I need
I thought you were supposed to be out of the office yesterday.
Sand. Okay, so let that go. Then I'm meeting back in
Perfect.
session.
So this is fine, having it up to issue 1 right here?
So
Yes.
okay, let's get you right back in the room.
Yeah, hello? These guys. Are there jurisdictions that take pictures and that's it? Well, then we don't need to. Well, but here's my question.
I know, I think that's what we want to get, my encouragement to you, if you guys are talk about it with the order, like, that's a priority. I think it is not. No, I ain't going to. Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Hey, I voted it in.
I didn't want you, but I wanted to congratulate you.
It was because of my vote that you got in.
I couldn't be happier. I see you.
Correct, because I vote.
Well, I want you to impeach somebody.
Oh, the vote for
that's fine.
Cool.
We're gonna need one more person.
That's what the Paul was doing.
Huh?
That's what I thought Paul was going to be doing. Yeah, because I was like, you told me here, and then I thought Paul was like, oh, happy here. And then she won.
Everything in there because I was
You see how see, that's what I had to do last time. Because I was doing both of them, and then I missed comments because I'm doing this, and then I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah, that's,
I'm just telling them, go hire another person.
There's a really awful echo right after you walked out, so I put the phone all the way down, but I don't know what's muted and still turn all the way down.
Oh, wait. So he turned this all the way down here. Can we still control that? Okay.
I mean, no, wait a minute. Is that what President Bush said was black and low or something like that?
I'm sure he said that in his voice.
Can we not quote President Bush anymore this meeting, please? Seconded, thank you.
Trina, we were just talking about politics. We're going to keep the politics out of the room, all kinds of politics. Okay, so let's go through this, and what I'm hearing is that they're minor, which is fantastic, and then the goal, if we have a goal to today to actually get this one approved. That would be a huge achievement for this group.
Otherwise,
Huge.
I'm not going to get any sleep, John.
Let's get this one done. Get it done.
We're gonna pay.
All right, so the issue statement. Let's start with that. Oh, sorry, Pete. Sorry, almost forgot about you. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, a little difficult to hear on my end, so if my comments make less sense than normal, hopefully you'll understand. I agree that this document doesn't need a huge work over. It does need some work. I'm not in favor of putting it out today. I got to say, I asked to see this document as soon as it was announced it would be available, and it was sent to me as soon as it could be available, which is just a couple of days ago, honestly, because it was still being worked on by the technical committee, evidently. So if we'd been given this a month ago, we'd already be done. And I think the key is let's get it into the hands of the full committee before we send it out to anyone else, and let us do the strike-throughs and comments at that point. I don't think it needs a lot of work over, but I'd surely not like to rush through it and try to get it done today. And especially with the meeting being held, down at Intertech, and a lot of us couldn't go, it's not the best format for that. So, in addition, Paula asked me earlier as we started talking about this for me to, present my alternatives that didn't get considered for the group to consider, and I can't do that right now at this particular moment. So, can we take a deep breath and work on it, but let's not necessarily put it out today? That would be my recommendation. Thanks.
I think I would add that the first 2 pages of this are just direct rewrite of the briefing notes from the groups. So there was no changes. There's no exclusions or omissions. The first few pages were just a rewriting of what the 2 groups had got together and recommended. So I didn't add anything to it or detract from it. So it seems like we could start with those, and then it seems like the contentious portion of this is just the photo guidelines. Am I correct?
Well, that's a good comment, and you are correct. But the rest of the group didn't see any of this prior to that. But I think you bring up a good point, and a possible solution is maybe divide this. Maybe we can put something out, but or maybe part of our recommendations could be something separate that we put on our website that could include the digital stuff in detail, but maybe not make it part of this document. Just a suggestion.
2 pages then right now, and then if we get through that, then we'll just have to worry about the photo guidelines, and that's where the groups can go back and make recommendations, because the groups were not involved in the photo guidelines. That was something that came from Alan Fields and myself and Chris, I believe, at the time. So, and I think Sparky and Jeff and a couple other people that were available at the time did chime in on that. So why don't we try to get through these first 2 pages, which is just a straight rewrite, a technical write of the recommendations of the group, and if we can get through those 2, then yeah, absolutely, like Pete said, we'll separate the photo guidelines. If we can't do that today, then let's do that later. But I think if we started off with a mission to get through at least the first 2 pages of this, we might have some progress.
That's probably doable with some tweaking, and then maybe for the recommendations we can add something more to it other than just the digital photographs. Maybe we can add, some other recommendations that some of us had, if applicable.
We can go through all and not predetermine at this moment whether we approve at the end of that going through, whether we accept or not, or what we do.
Let's just get started.
Let's go through it, and then it will fall out. It'll fall out.
Thank you. Issue statement.
Should it say what should be considered satisfactory to building officials to meet the inspection requirements of AB 2188, or should it say to meet the single inspection requirements of AB 2188? I believe that was the original writing, and I don't know whether that should be written that way. Yes.
Yeah.
The single inspection requirement, because that's the focus of this briefing note.
Okay, around the room, single inspection.
Yeah.
Anything? Single inspection. Look, anybody?
On the phone?
Pete, anybody? Stuart, anybody? Single inspection? We're good. Excellent. Oops.
All right.
Yay.
So that's 1 out of 5.
Okay.
At this rate, we're going to break for lunch at noon.
That was UL. The UL representative.
All right.
Count to 5 on one hand.
Let's go.
Hey, I noticed you only have 5 items.
All right, let's stay focused, folks. Okay, let's get through this. Number 2, the first paragraph.
Do we have any recommendation from the group to remove mandate? I would suggest maybe with jurisdictions across the state adopting new ordinances to create under a mandate too.
Not in the first paragraph. Yes, first
In the
paragraph.
second paragraph.
Oh,
Let's say the first paragraph.
In the back.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
It is a state mandate, it is a mandate. I think we're just stating it's a state mandate. The SEAC isn't saying, we're not mandating it, but.
The first paragraph mandate is fine.
Yeah.
We're okay with that?
Just insert the word state before mandate, so it's obvious that it's what we talk about.
What says in the jurisdiction?
I
was going to say under a state mandate. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I was just flip it over.
Mandated by the state.
I don't think the language is the best. Just we're in a hurry, and that's the things that can happen. I think that what we're saying is fine, but the language could certainly be cleaned up a little more clear. That's what we lose when we're in this big rush, though, the chance to do that.
If you simply says jurisdictions are mandated throughout the state, mandated by the state to adopt new ordinances.
Yeah.
Jurisdictions are mandated by the state to adopt new ordinances.
Give a chance to write it down.
Yeah, with jurisdictions under the state mandate, now you can strike under.
That's the way to do it.
Jurisdictions under the state mandate.
Under, yes, state, I mean, the ADD,
Jurisdictions under the
does
state.
state mandated.
Yeah, you lose two words. You lose under and you lose a. Now you're editing.
Now it's not even wordy.
Mandated.
Yeah.
Jurisdictions under the state
Mandated.
Sounds good.
Good. So.
Strike
That's what I
under.
originally read, I'm just dyslexic.
So the second paragraph.
That first sentence is a run-on sentence. It could be a lot more clear. One primary area of concern to many building officials is the mandate that only one inspection can be performed for installations eligible to expedite permitting. Too much.
It's a long sentence. It's a long sentence.
Too much information. Not clear. Nothing new there. Instead, it can be cleaned up quite a bit. If we need to be putting out good language. So that's why I encourage you, don't rush it.
All right. So if the concept's okay, we can work on the sentence offline. That works.
Perfect.
All right.
Can I ask another question on this? Is that we're saying one of the primary areas. When you say one of, then what? Then okay, so that's one. What are the others?
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know where.
Very beginning.
Application that you have to have single inspection, that you have to plan check within 3 or 4 days, but one of the primary concerns under this is what
one of the primary concerns for AB 2188 in toto. But the concern of many building officials for performing one single inspection is this. It's not.
Didn't we outline that first?
Yes. But what I'm saying is when you say one of the primary areas of concern, it begs the question, what are the
The primary.
How about?
The primary. What just that first sentence?
A primary concern.
Yep. So in response, SEAC has identified.
A primary concern.
Primary area of concern.
But you already addressed background. First time.
Strike the whole first sentence.
The first sentence says nothing.
Okay, so for the first sentence of the second paragraph, which is actually, okay.
The first sentence says nothing.
Yeah.
It does nothing.
Strike it. Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Oh my God.
This is great.
All right.
And you can strike in response, comma, too.
Yeah.
No, in response is fine because in the beginning your background is with the jurisdictions in that section.
Yeah, that is a follow-up to the first.
Strike in response. Just put SEAC has identified. You don't need that. I mean, obviously this is a response.
Craig?
No, I was just voting for striking in response.
All right. We're taking out in response. First
Take
sentence.
out more words.
First sentence is out. In
Take out
response is out.
SEAC. No. Okay.
Okay, we're good. I'm gonna look around the room. All right, good.
I think it still needs work, but we can move on.
Yeah,
That's what we're going for.
Step number 3, current status.
Successfully been verified, the word successfully verified with all jurisdictions, that it's been successful. Here it says already been successfully applied by jurisdiction. Are we talking about entire state?
There's more than one jurisdiction in this room that agrees with that paragraph.
I understand.
We'll move on to 3.
So
Why does it say have been already applied?
So two things on that. One is we're back in the background. We're in the background of the second paragraph, right? So I think it should say have already been successfully applied by some jurisdictions. Because when you say applied by jurisdictions, you're saying 453 jurisdictions have applied these.
Either or.
Okay, so some, that's it.
Or some or several, I don't care.
We're going with some.
I like several.
Some. Okay, current status.
Feed and repeat were two pairs up in the tree.
I gotta tell
This
you,
is a repeat of the next paragraph.
it's more than some. It is several.
Well, some, several, it's like.
Several is more powerful.
I agree with that. Several is more powerful. I was about to say, but Sonny beat me to it.
So,
Better than some.
the next time the group, the next issue, this is the kind of discussion we need to happen offline before we get here. Ready to go. So Pete, yes, we should have gotten this early to you. However,
There's a lot to prepare.
it was not just that. It's that it took a lot of discussions to get here. But we're making progress. Okay, so number 3, current status.
Did we approve paragraph 2?
Yes.
Just to be clear, we're all good?
Okay.
I just want to make sure before we move.
So in number 3, it's the exact same paragraph as the one previous.
Yeah.
Word for word.
Oh, sorry.
Punctuation by punctuation.
Paragraph gone.
It looks like English is our second language. Sorry, guys.
This should actually go down to current status.
So paragraph 3 is out of here.
Yeah, so the second paragraph of 2 actually paragraph 3. Okay.
So the suggestion is second paragraph in number 2, move that down to number 3.
Yeah.
And that clarifies it.
Yeah. Yes.
Kind of.
Yes.
I like it.
But have a question.
Yes.
Oh, he's voting.
Wait.
I'm fine with that, but I have a question now.
Yes.
Is that we talk about, and when we talk about this in our initial, the last meeting when we had all the bridging notes, is that one of the things we talked about was trying to come up with FAQs or to dispel the myths that people have. And 2 that I can think of is that how to help people with the fact of, well, gee, if I'm doing a single inspection, gee, what if I miss something? Will the end of the world happen, or am I going to get fired or whatever? And the second thing is that, or the second being is that if I do an inspection, am I only limited to that one inspection? And if something is wrong and something needs to be corrected, I can never come back. And those 2 things, I thought we were going to be putting some things to help people to get rid of their fears about doing a single inspection.
So if that's not covered here, if everybody agrees that it should be added.
That should be in there.
There should be some guidance on that on both sides of the coin, because I was told by a building official yesterday at Calvo that once you write a correction notice, all bets are off, and none of AB 2188 applies. And I was like,
Yeah.
Only the correction for the correction notice applies, but you don't remove all of the requirements of AB 2188 by simply writing a correction notice. The guy was delusional.
Yeah, that is definitely right.
So there needs to be guidance on that.
So what we're trying to say here, we never say that you have to get it final or signed up with one inspection.
Exactly.
It's just the intent is to leave your office.
That's the goal.
You write a correction, then you go back and
Of course,
correction.
that's the option.
Right.
But if you get onto a site and you see correction, you write corrections.
Yeah.
Regardless of what.
So if that's not clear in here,
I'd say it's not clear.
okay, so we'll get to that. So, key considerations. Any comments?
I'm fine with what's there, but I think there's a bit more. I think that it's not just the having a great relationship and communication. I think we also need to say, even though it's said later in the recommendations, the key consideration is education is important. We keep on saying education, 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 but we don't say that under key consideration. And that both installers and inspectors need to know what they're doing. They need to understand the TV and code. And I think that that's a really key consideration for what these guidelines are.
The brief was about a single inspection.
That's covered in issue 4.
Your tangent.
I understand that.
Right there.
No, it's covered in 5.
So, issue 4.
Because I wrote it.
Clarify.
That whole number 4, that whole paragraph is one sentence. Just saying.
So, the training and education aspect pops up everywhere, and that's a fact. So I don't think, and who said it was covered in 4? Thank you.
I don't see it.
No, it's just 4.
So this is really about setting expectations appropriately, right, for both directions. I mean, that's the key. And then subsequent to that would be the drainage, the education, and other issues that work back up to appropriate expectations.
Totally separate.
Okay, we got to be respectful, folks. Let's focus.
Okay. What I'm hearing here is that, you know, this key considerations is about setting the appropriate expectations in both directions, right? And then whatever is subsequent to that or supports that effort is how the detail is out, right? I mean, it just seems that maybe this could be reworded to be more clear.
So when you're saying many of the solutions simply require many of these solutions really anticipate not just a relationship and a communication, but a knowledge of that all parties involved know what the hell they're doing.
I think that whole number 4 needs rewritten.
This discussion, we can say many of the solutions require a greater relationship and communication and education. We can just use it in there somewhere to satisfy the concern.
Relationships, education, and communication between the authorities and the jurisdiction.
Does that address your concern?
It could, yeah.
I mean, is that enough to understand clearly what the expectations are of the inspection?
Yes, relationship, comment, education, comment, and communication.
All right, so number I think we got it. Paul, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of us are saying sentences too long.
I think you could put a period after expectations and strike the rest. If you put the word education after greater, like Greg was saying.
You need several periods in that paragraph.
And
Sorry.
Pete, what are your suggestions?
Wait, hang on. Sparking.
Many of the solutions simply require a greater education, relationship, and communication between the authority having jurisdiction and the installer to communicate expectations.
Well, I think that is a solution, right?
Yep.
That is a solution. It's not many of the solutions that require that. That is a solution.
So one of the things that I feel is missing in a lot of this is that it's really not clear as to what is really the objective of the single inspection. It's really, and I think that would help people if they like. The objective is to help
An office solar installation and
satisfy
right.
And you know, satisfy both parties involved.
I mean, the guys that are spearheading the inspections, are you guys okay with?
So to answer John's question, here the objective is to, if I'm comfortable with your installation, based on my relationship and based on my communication, you know, that I know your product, I don't have to keep on asking you that I need to come for a rough, and I know what you got. I know what kind of system you're installing. That's where all that communication and relationship comes in. So here, I'm here because that's based on that relationship. Like you see the Rangos and you see the Sunruns and you see the Solar Street. So you know what system if you know what system they're working on, you work at ease rather than you have a mom and pop submitting some kind of documentation or installation that you don't know and you're not aware of.
I think that a lot of people miss the objective being that you're going for reasonable compliance.
So
and your safety, and that's it.
Let's get back, because we're talking about, you're talking about AB 21 and specifically the intent and the objectives of AB 2188. Here we're talking about the single inspection and how do you help the HJ meet that requirement.
But people think that some people think they have to inspect every little thing. Some people will get down to the advanced thing, and I'm just suggesting is that if you communicate that your objective is to have a reasonable confidence of compliance with the code, That's what you're after.
Maybe adding one sentence before this then. The objective of this briefing is to facilitate system approval and one inspection. Many of the solutions then.
Wouldn't that be in number one?
Well,
or could we?
That's the background. The key consideration for this to work, and or what you're after, or even if you take that and you have that as your objective.
So, Sparky,
You've got it written down.
Yeah, the objective of this briefing is to facilitate system approval in one inspection, period. Many of the solutions simply require a greater education, relationship, and communication between the authority having jurisdiction and the installer to communicate expectations.
Sounds good.
Chris?
I think we're still missing the point, because the consideration is, does the HJ have an understanding of all the components going in? And does the installer? And if the installer does, and they both do, and you're installing it per plan, then that's the consideration. The consideration is, did you build it per plan, and did you submit the right information to facilitate a one-step inspection? It doesn't have anything to do with education. It doesn't have anything to do with if I'm Marengo or if I'm Joe's HVAC and Solar. Joe's HVAC and Solar should get the same breadth that the rest of us get if they provide a succinct and accurate plan set to go through the streamlined permitting process. So I think we should just make sure that
that's not. So what you just said is not in here.
So
totally.
And I think you read key consideration and read what's in it says provide a summary of important facts to take into consideration. Like go follow exactly what you said. That's it. And those are the facts. Everybody clearly understands what's required. The materials, the products.
Knowledge. Knowledge and implementation of such knowledge.
Well, you're already supposed to have the knowledge to put it in. Per code, you're supposed to be a certified and qualified individual to install it.
Just because you're certifiable doesn't necessarily mean you're not
qualified. Qualified is the keyword. You're either qualified to put it in or not.
Right. So we got two things going.
Steve, you wanted to say something. Steve?
Yeah, you know, we keep going back to the one inspection, and I thought when we talked about this, to help us in that one inspection, we were going to come up with a checklist, and that's not in here at all.
Which is going to be covered.
Well, I think the checklist we had deferred to was in the guidebook, but we determined that might not be specific enough to address this. I think the photographic guidelines were, in theory, an addition or addendum to that checklist in the guidebook.
We're talking about recommendations now. Are we good with a key consideration question?
The checklist is in issue number 2, which we still do.
Okay.
We got to get through number 4, key consideration.
Do we go Sparky, your suggestion, or Chris? They're a little different.
Well, my only concern, Sparky, with deleting everything after, I can't remember, communicate expectations. So was that that rest of the sentence does clarify, I think, the intention of what these photographic guidelines are going to address, things like when you're covering things that should be inspected with roofing materials. I don't know if we need to keep that in there, but I think that was the intention.
Well, and I think we're going to get to that part under number 5.
So it might be redundant.
4.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to be redundant.
Maybe it is, and I'm always for striking things that are redundant.
Go back here, number 4. Sparky, your suggestions, Chris, are a little different. Suggestions.
I'm kind of with you. I mean, I understand kind of what you're going after. I'm just, for whatever you submit, you need to build. And as long as those considerations are met, it should be able to be judged on a single inspection because it was initially approved through planning. I think based on that merit.
I think in 5 recommendations, item number 4, we could probably add that in there too, because one of the phrases we need to add to that is photo documentation is an aid for performing an inspection.
Sure.
It does not replace the required inspection.
100%.
Get past four, the key.
So what you're saying, I think we tied in there. But we were covering it, we were covering item number 4. I'm just saying Chris's statement
That it was.
should come back into a different area under
That
recommendation.
seems reasonable. Let's eliminate redundancy.
Okay, so,
Cross it off there and put it in front that we're doing one inspection. So if you capture this wording.
so do we have Sparky's wording?
The objection of this briefing is to
Facilitate system approval in one inspection.
There you go. Cross it off.
John? Okay?
Yeah, I was just, and I'm just thinking this out. I was at the end there saying to communicate expectations and to facilitate determining compliance. Because that's really, but I think that when I heard what was said there at the beginning, to facilitate, what is it?
system approval.
System approval in one
System
inspection.
approval, it does about the same thing, because if you're going to have system approval, that's determining compliance. So.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody hears Sparky's? Do you have it, Paula?
Yes?
Okay. Want to read it back?
The objection of this briefing is to facilitate system approval in one inspection. And then are we following it with many of the solutions?
Yes.
And then we're going to end it with expectations.
Right.
Period
Okay.
after that.
Let's go. Jeff, you okay? Chris?
And afterward, greater, Paula, you'll insert the word education too.
Yes, I've got
Yeah.
that.
So Sparky, this is your recommendation, so okay. Steve, anybody back here? Anybody, looks good? Online?
Will we be able to see this in writing, or are we agreeing to it just verbally?
Well, there'll be a final write-up too.
Okay, because it's difficult to understand what's going on there through the online process.
All right, so let's, number 5. Is anybody hungry?
From where?
We're hungry to finish this.
Good, so we're going to finish, this is the motivation.
We just need clarification. The part you wanted to strike started where?
After expectations.
Everything else is striked.
All right, okay, let's go to number 5. These recommendations include the installer should ensure that a qualified individual is familiar with the applicable codes and installation procedures. Be on site at the time of inspection to provide access to the system and all components and to answer any questions from the inspector.
Good.
Good.
Anybody out here? Online? Number 1.
Well, if you follow Cal OSHA, then you're done.
Right. So, recommendations were out.
I was trying to so access should be provided in accordance with.
There you go.
Excellent. That's perfect. You guys looking around here? Anybody have any concerns with that? We're good? Okay. Number 3, installation instructions should be available on site at the time of inspection for major system components, including inverters, modules, power optimizers, and rack and mounting systems.
How about the word shall instead of should?
Shall.
Converters instead of.
I think that also you need to have the approved construction documents.
Yeah, that's what I was
Well,
going to say.
I want to
That's
go
required,
one step further.
But you got to say it. If you say this, then somebody could say, "Oh, I provide everything I needed."
And
Absolutely,
approved
but they
documents.
should also be provided with the plans that were submitted at plan check.
Right.
And they,
The approved
that
plan
way
should
we all know we got
The approved set of plans should be the only thing need to be on site. If all this other stuff is needed in front, then we should be providing it with the plan set.
So is that,
Not necessarily.
No?
I think it should be provided both the job sites, not just because they have.
It's the approved construction documents, not just your submitted.
So why don't we say the approved construction documents are binder?
And
installation instructions.
And the only reason I'm poking at it is because our installation crews have it, our inspection reps do not. Usually we move the crew on. So while they were available at time of installation, we normally don't have a set.
I hate
This is just a recommendation, guys. Though we're not. This isn't code. This is a recommendation.
this, Sparky, hang on a minute. This goes on to another issue statement. We're not going to get there. But with issue statement 2703, we're picking that apart, and we're saying certain information needs to come in on the plans, and part of that is the installation instruction.
And so you're always required by code to have the approved set of plans and the permit on site for the time of the inspection.
Right.
And so as long as everything that was reviewed at the time of plan check is part of that package, that's all we're asking to be on the job site. We shouldn't be mandating extra things that somebody else needs to bring to the site that should have already been included in the plan check.
A lot of times the plan checker is looking at specification sheets, the field inspector is looking at installation instructions.
Exactly.
Agreed.
So the language is approved construction docs and installation instructions shall.
Instructions.
Yes.
All right, excellent. We're good out here?
Approved?
Okay, moving on.
Approved, I think they said installation documents and.
Construction docs.
So change should to shall and add a plan set to the beginning of it.
And
The approved plan set and the installation instructions shall have the
Approved
final.
plan set, approved construction document.
So approved construction documents and installation instructions shall be available. Okay.
Okay, number 4, photographic documentation utilizing digital camera has been successful. It is a simple tool and should be considered at the time of inspection for elements not readily observable, was providing documentation of all elements of installation which have been covered or are accessible to the inspector, including blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Digital camera.
Let's start with Steve.
So I would recommend that where it says should be, we would strike that and say may be considered at the time of inspection as an aid in the inspection process for elements not readily observable.
So maybe, maybe consider
At the time of inspection as an aid in the inspection process.
Maybe required.
Well, if they don't have them, then they just got to get busy and start exposing stuff.
Absolutely.
So
If you
may
ask
is
for
a
it,
better word.
if you ask to see it, yes.
They're smart, they'll take them.
Yes.
Few things. Let's cross out the word digital, number 1. 2, let's delete has been a successful tool, and that means it's redundant and it's not necessary in this case.
So just
Cross the meaning, it would say photographic documentation utilizing cameras may be considered and so forth.
I don't even think we have to say.
Alternative utilizing digital cameras. I mean, if you want to go develop a roll of film in Costco, help yourself out.
okay. All right.
Does that even exist anymore? I'm gonna go check.
Simply put is photographic documentation may be considered to aid in the inspection.
Yes. Yes.
During the field inspection, photographic or video evidence of the item listed, whatever, below may be required. No?
I don't want to say that.
That's it?
So the last one I heard was photographic documentation may be considered at time of inspection as an aid in the inspection process for elements not readily observable, blah, blah, blah.
And stop there. Just stop there.
Yeah. You don't need anything after blah, blah, blah.
So you say strike everything in that paragraph beyond observable?
Yeah, I mean, we're saying if you have to
provide photographic guidelines, then we don't need to give the guidelines.
Yeah.
Starting with.
We don't need
That
redundancy.
would again be redundant.
So,
I agree.
Yeah.
After observable, and you need everything else.
Something to consider is when you express your expectations to an installer at plan check, and you say, I'm going to want a photograph of the inside of the attic framing, and the inspector shows up and he doesn't have that, I mean, that's a correction item that they could receive for that. So in developing the photographic guidelines, it's not like it's just a tool, and it's also something you may go, hey, I told you we were going to want this picture when we got there. If you can't go in there and get it, then I'll be back.
All of these things work both ways.
But just a format thing, I would really like to see immediately following for our, it's a statement saying, here are some suggestions that
down there.
I know, but to jump from photographic documentation, number 4, to then affidavit 5, and then to 6, ongoing training, and then I have photo guidelines, doesn't make any sense.
Can we just move 4 to 6?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so folks, hang on a second. So the suggestion is, for the general photo guidelines, to bring those right after 4. So
and then you follow, and then you say the following are guidelines for such documentation. Da 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 da, and then there they are.
So just move 4 down to the bottom.
And then you have that, and you have saying, and the following are guidelines for such documentation.
So you want that as the last bullet?
Right. Say for such
So
photo
the
guidelines.
proposal would be move number 4 to the end, and then have the photo guidelines immediately following that.
Right. Okay. We're one more comment. Anything?
A few suggestions.
Wait, hang on a second. We're gonna hear back here. Exactly.
Using the camera is going to be difficult because you're going to have this little tiny screen that's trying to figure out what's on it. It might be a very good idea to have them print some pictures.
Actually, you can.
We're trying to look at them on a little tiny camera screen, and they're not going to get a good camera like my Nikon. It's going to be some $100 camera with a little 2-inch.
No, we talked about that.
This talks about
Our response to it in the photo guidelines too was it needs to be obvious and visible. So if it's not clearly visible, it doesn't count as proof.
Well,
If it's the lock dance monsters,
then what do we do?
So what we're trying to capture.
Oh, hang on. One at a time, folks. Hang on.
What we're trying to capture here is also the ability for the inspector to say, I can't get up on that roof right now. It's a clay tile roof, or it's 20 feet up. It's too steep. I'm not getting on it. Why don't you jump up there and take that picture of that module label, or jump up in the attic? So we're trying to capture the ability for them to use a camera to provide a photograph for the inspector, because inspectors aren't taking pictures back to the office and putting in a file. There's no file anywhere for this. That we're capturing these things. What you're doing is you're just trying to garner that approval. So it's like, hey, show me that you did somehow. So the inspector's going to go back to his office, and he may write on the document based on photograph, but he's not going to get a copy of that photograph. We don't want anybody to have to print anything. We just want you to verify to the inspector how you did this, how you did that, what is the label up there.
Some jurisdictions are.
I think the camera's an important issue.
Remember, we're just trying to give them the tools
Yeah.
to do it, not all the
Right.
inspectors.
Yeah, we're not telling them they have to do it.
So, let me, if I were to read this, it says photograph documentation. That leaves a lot of room.
I got one more.
The inspector wants a printout, or the inspector just wants to see a camera, the inspector wants to see, a video. It gives a lot of room there, at least from my perspective.
I added something in an email yesterday, and that should probably be added in here. Photo documentation of the installation as it was in progress is an aid for performing the inspection. Meaning, while you guys are up there doing your work, you should be photo documenting it.
Wouldn't that be covered also in the photo guidelines on the next page? Is that redundant?
I would probably put that in guidelines, say in progress photographs or something like that.
But that's called out in the guidelines themselves, though, isn't that, again,
We're
self-evident?
going to go over the guidelines, but I don't know.
No, Sparky, if you can keep that in the guidelines, don't be too concerned, then we'll go back to some of the discussion. All right, so, number 4, photographic documentation may be considered at the time of inspection as an aid in the inspection process for elements not readily observable, period, strike everything else.
And it moves to the bottom, and then feeds right into the guidelines.
I like it.
Okay?
Does everybody like that?
4 or 6.
Anybody online? You guys okay?
Keep it simple, stupid,
All
right?
right.
I'll have to see it.
Okay.
Well, if you go on the screen, you can type that in.
I agree with you, Pete. It's a lot easier to see it.
Oh, that's a good doc.
Number 5, affidavit signed by the installer homeowner may be considered by the AJ as a verification of installation of required smoke and carbon monoxide detectors required by the California Residential Code.
Maybe let's do that already.
Yeah, most of us do that.
And I actually, personally, I don't see what's wrong with anything that we develop here, it being allowed for some other thing, for roofing or whatever that statement was earlier. It's like, if you're going to accept it for solar, then why not accept it for any permit that you issue? So I don't mind that this tails off into something else, as long as what we do here makes sense, that it'll make sense in all that.
We're used to doing it.
There are jurisdictions that do it, but I would like to ask that you change detectors to alarms, because alarms are in the residential, detectors is in the commercial.
Thank you.
I went on to that document 2 times in my career. It was from, they took it from LA City, and it was on the permit card for a reroute. Both times I couldn't get in because there's nobody there, and both times I said, I'm sorry, but we don't accept that, I need to see them. And both times there were 0 alarms in the dwelling. I mean 0 in both times. So as an inspector, I gotta put my name on it. I'm not comfortable with a statement from someone else.
Well, how about Dave, how about if you go in and take a picture of it, and then email it, or email it to you later when you go back to the office?
So remember this.
Can I say something quick, Edgar? That was the reason I actually ran into that situation too when I was up in Santa Clara County, and it was a contractor provided document, and that was why I specifically made the recommendation on this, that the homeowner also sign it, and you put language on the documentation that says that the contractor is required to install smoke detectors, because the homeowner's not going to sign a document that they're reading that says this contractor is supposed to do this, but yet he didn't do it. I'm not going to sign for that.
It says installer and homeowner.
Right, but if you make clear on the affidavit that the installer has to provide smoke detectors for a final inspection, then it becomes an affidavit that the homeowner is not going to sign that if you didn't do it. It's like, hey, this says you have to install these. You need to install these.
How do you know a homeowner ever saw it?
Because it requires a signature.
Then you're entering into a fraud issue, and you turn the contractor into a
If you look at the language,
It's required for all the construction
if
projects.
you look at the language that we made,
Basically calling it out.
it's may be considered.
Yeah.
And go back to what it
For all
says.
inspections.
Go back to what it says. May be considered.
I can tell you, every city, every jurisdiction in Ventura County accepts these affidavits for, if there's a project with exterior work, they accept these affidavits. And in many of the jurisdictions in LA County do.
You don't have to accept it if you don't want to in your jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's optional.
But it is successfully being done in a lot of jurisdictions, and that's all we're trying to say here.
In a ton of them.
For jurisdictions that want to accept this, it's perfectly acceptable because other people are doing it, and that's what we're saying. If you don't want to, then don't.
No, I agree 100%. Don restated exactly the way I feel.
So the president of the IAEI seems to think.
Just use the word alarm, not detector.
I want to take Sonny, you okay?
Yes.
I don't think you need food, okay?
No, I'm fine,
All right.
I just want to make sure I'm going to get more cold.
All right, okay, so let's order 5. Folks, listen, Dave?
A lot of jurisdictions are doing it. How successful it is, nobody knows. The success rate I've had is 0.
So let's move on. Let's kind of wrap up with number 5.
One other thing on that, one other wordsmith, could you please remove the word, replace the word required in front of smoke to the, because it's weird to say required smoke and carbon monoxide alarms required by, it's the smoke and carbon monoxide alarms required by the code.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Okay, so let's read this back. Affidavit signed by the installer and homeowner may be considered by the AHA as verification installation or required required
smoke and CO alarms required by PRC.
Oh, that one required was redundant.
Smoke, carbon, required. Okay, good.
I told you I had.
Okay, that sounds good. We're good.
Can we hear it back?
Just want to word it back.
Affidavit signed by the installer and homeowner may be considered by the AHJ as verification of installation of the smoke and carbon monoxide alarms required by the California Residential Code.
Yes.
Good.
Aye.
Awesome. All right, number 6. Ongoing training should be provided for both the installer and the field inspection staff at local or regional level to ensure a uniform application of installation procedures in accordance with manufacturer installation instructions and a mutual understanding of the intent and purpose of the applicable codes and standards.
A question, when you say it should be required, it should be provided by the jurisdiction?
No, the IAI and CSC.
Too long a sentence. Break it up.
Pete's right, it is too long.
It is a little long.
Could you please pluralize the last word?
Anybody, any suggestions of maybe cutting the sentence a little shorter? Any suggestions, or in concept it's good and you can play around with it later?
Well, I guess I'm still confused when I read this because I'm thinking it should be provided by whom, and if we do want to say the CSC and IAEI, are those two entities endorsing, what does this mean? I'm not certain I really fully understand the...
It doesn't have to be by any specific organization. The content is that there should be ongoing training for whoever is involved on the regional level.
Okay, so here's the situation. We want to be sure that the people who do the training, first of all, got qualified, and that training has to be certified by the organization.
This is a recommendation.
So ICC, IAI, Calvo, those are the ones that actually get, the training gets recognized. We talked about this, Jeff, on the last meeting, that, NAPSAP, the discussion came up in NAPSAP, that they have some training.
Well, NAPSAP technically doesn't develop the training. NAPSAP just certifies those that, registers those that offer training. So I like the concept. I'm just wondering, since we say it should be provided, it, in my mind says, okay, by whom?
No, okay, hang on a second, folks, hang on. So I'm going to step beyond my bounds here and make a suggestion. Ongoing training to ensure a uniform application installation procedures should be made available for both installer and field inspection staff. I mean, I didn't do the whole sentence. But should be provided, again, does raise questions, why whom and why. So
that's up to the AHJ. This is a recommendation we're making to the AHJs. You could say local AHJs should ensure that the training is provided.
Keep your people trained.
Yeah, so let me make sure I understand what you said. It's basically both the installers and field inspection staff shall, at local or regional level, shall have training. Or shall be trained, and then what you're after is that training shall address these couple of things. You want to put the minimum of what you're expecting to get trained, right?
Can we get it? Okay, can somebody capture that? So what you just said?
What I'm simply saying is that both the installers and the field inspection staff need to be trained.
Maybe you should say it as simply as that.
Yeah.
And then
continuing training.
It shall have ongoing be continually trained. And then the second thing is that the training shall include installation procedures and codes and address codes and standards.
If a qualified person is supposed to install it, it's assumed that you are supposed to continue your education to make sure that you're trained in what you're doing. That's how you're qualified to do it.
But that gives you
a licensed electrician, actually.
Totally. But I'm expecting the person that's also inspecting my work is trained. I'm not questioning anyone's qualification that's inspecting my job.
Inspectors are already required to be trained by
Exactly. So we don't need the I'm assuming everyone's qualified and trained to do their task already.
Okay. So going back to what we're mandated to do is have training and certified in our trades, whether you're combined or not.
Sure.
And then you have continuing education, which IEI provides for us, and also other training programs. We are mandated by that.
Right.
Except for a few old dogs that are under the grandfather clause like me. I was certified before the rules came in. And so we are, as inspectors, required it. Now, the type of training is what I think you want to outline here. That's what I was going to get after.
So before we go there, the type of training, Chris, to your point, number one says the installer should be ensured that a qualified individual. So it's actually enough covered any training requirements.
Okay, so let me finish my thought here.
So
Real quick, I'm an AHJ. I'm responsible. I'm the chief inspector. I make sure that all my inspectors have all the training. It may not be on this, so you might want to emphasize that this is for training for this specific topic.
My point is, I don't think it needs to be here, because I'm under the impression that you're trained.
Yeah, I'm trained.
Exactly. That's all I ask.
Now, as inspectors, we're looking at just training dirt people.
So
it's a dual role.
It's a mixture.
But I'm judged on that merit at install.
We're not.
That's the point of the inspector.
We're not judging you. We're judging it's the industry.
I
It's not. You guys may provide it, but the others may not.
I think the key thing is to focus on the mutual training should be the focus,
Right.
so that the inspectors and the installers are getting the same training. So
Right.
we should word this to say that the
Correct.
AHJ should encourage mutual training of the installers and the inspectors. And then however you word that, that's what we're shooting for.
Yeah.
So that everybody's getting the same training on a regional basis, so that the installers know what the expectations are, and that will really facilitate this thing.
Yeah.
So you
So
can
that's
make a
what
real
I'm trying to say.
make a real short sentence out of it that just says mutual training should be encouraged on a regional basis for the installers and the inspectors.
Period.
Perfect.
Okay, hang on. Let's capture that. Let's make sure Paul has that. I want to make sure.
Mutual training should be
I'm okay with that.
Wait, hang on.
And mutual training should be encouraged.
Hang on,
If
folks.
it's provided, Paul, it's like somebody's being directed to provide it. I would say mutual
Okay.
training should be encouraged on a regional basis for the installers and the inspectors alike, for a period.
Okay.
Let's just encourage it.
Yeah. Hang on a second, folks. Come here. Yes. Yes, Ron.
Okay, just, I think that something about training should be in here. But I'm looking at the way that these recommendations go. All the other recommendations have something specifically to do with installation. Now we're on another whole rule, which is training, which is not the guy in the field, but the inspector looking at a specific situation. This is overall.
Right.
I mean, this almost looks like that it should be like maybe part of number one. The installer needs to be, we need to ensure that we got somebody qualified. How are we going to do that? Well, we need training. But I don't know, this just doesn't like flow for me as far as being in the right position.
And that's really my only issue is.
Well, how about we add training in regards to the one inspection process?
Yeah. Go back to the issue statement.
Okay, that's true. So, how do we write that? I need help here.
Well, I was okay with the sentence like it was, but if everybody in the room thinks it needs to be geared towards installations, then you can say ongoing training isn't. How did we have it worded, Paula?
It said mutual training should be encouraged on a regional basis for installation and inspection.
So mutual training regarding the one inspection process, and then you go from there.
I don't think it's training in the single inspection process, because if you don't understand what you're inspecting, if the installer doesn't understand how to install it right, then that's the purpose of how you're going to screw up your single inspection.
Well,
and the other thing, the other thing I wanted to say when Dave started on that is I was thinking about is that if you've ever been to an electrical code update, I'm hoping that everybody in this room has, but when you've been to an electrical code update, what happens on that update class? What we do is we spend an inordinate amount of time, we barely get through grounding and bonding by lunchtime, and we get almost to chapter 4 by about 3 o'clock, and then the instructor in about an hour covers everything in chapters 5, 6, 7, right? And we hardly even talk about it. So really, you can say, well, I got trained, but that's not really training. You didn't get really trained.
So let's get back.
Well, I think you need to get it clear what you're training.
Absolutely. Well, it's training regarding the installation and the single inspection.
Okay.
So I think the installation is captured there, but it's Paula, read it one more time.
Mutual training regarding the one inspection process should be encouraged on a regional basis for installation and inspection.
Yeah, I would say it's the one inspection process and the installation.
And.
Yeah. So you're only, because on the single inspection, you're only harping on one aspect.
Okay, one more.
Single inspection process of the installation.
Ron?
So the only other thing that I just wanted to add in on this is we're talking about education. Where do lessons learned from this process get back into that?
Is that another issue statement?
Is that part of? Because that would
Do we have to call that out? Isn't that more or less what this group's all about?
I think that goes under FAQs and lessons learned and a whole other issues here.
Another issue statement. Okay. John, we gotta move.
One more thing.
You gotta move, John.
One thing we might want to consider, just put this on the parking lot over the side, just from all this discussion, is that maybe this committee ought to come up with recommendations on what good education would entail, what it should include.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Issue 4.
Issue 4? Issue 4.
That's what I'm saying. I said a parking lot, I said that to be off on the side, something, a step back from all of this, and because it's going to be common.
Issue 4. That's an issue number 4.
All right, let's move on, folks.
Can me and John and Pete be included in that? Of course, since they are the leading
Can I
trainers
quickly
right now.
repeat that so that we all...
All right, let's go back. Paula, repeat it one more time.
So, mutual training regarding the one inspection process and installation process should be encouraged on a regional basis. That's it.
I like it.
In the back.
We gotta wrap it up, Dave. Is that a thumbs up?
Manufacturers offer training quite often in webinars and like that. I think that training is very good training because it's specific to the product itself.
All right, so we heard it. Are we okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Something else that's missing from here, I think, is that for quality single inspection, for doing single inspection, you do need an inspection checklist. You need to be following it.
Okay. So let's move on.
That's a different one, not a different item.
I think John has something.
I'm just saying, I was talking about the training.
All right, I'm getting hungry, guys. I'm getting hungry. So let's go to the photo guidelines.
Paula, you got the original 4 is now 6, original 5 is now 4, and original 6. Oh, don't confuse us with that.
Okay, so photo guidelines.
So we're on the right way. No, we just need 4 to stop it. Yep. Are we doing the verbiage in between photo guidelines and original 6? So we're doing the SEAC? Are you doing that part?
Do we have to?
I'm just asking if everybody's cool with it. I like it. Done.
All right.
Yes?
Wait, what?
Wait, hang on.
The SEAC recommendations include the following photo guidelines for inspection of items not readily accessible to the inspector at time of inspection. Residential PV inspection photo guidelines.
It should say inaccessible/concealed equipment. It's not hidden.
I have other recommendations. So just to put that out there.
Hey.
Yeah, well, I don't happen to send you right now, but I have other recommendations that we talked about for language. So instead of just the photo, we have some photo guidelines to recommend. I just don't want to make that possibly say that's the only recommendations we're going to provide. We have some other tools ideas we could give out to the jurisdictions for how to handle these single inspections other than digital photographs. So I'm just concerned that that's where this starts to slide down that hill.
Okay.
But I thought that item 4 simply was, and this would fall immediately to item 4, this is an extension of item 4.
So yeah, 4 leads into the remaining.
Of item 4.
Okay, Steve?
I would feel better if we said may include the following. General photo guidelines may include the following. We're not mandating it. We're just saying it may include.
So general photo guidelines may include the following?
Yes.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
All right, let's move on. And remember Pete's comments that there could be other tools for single inspection.
I agree with that.
Okay. So let's
spot checking of things and stuff.
Okay.
We're a hard crew.
Do we need those general photo guidelines? I mean, I'm just saying it's sort of like saying if you're going to drive to my house, make sure you stop at the stop signs and check your oil. I mean, obviously.
I don't think we need them.
I can pull. Remove it?
I'm really for removing it altogether.
Yeah, we're telling them to take photos of what we can't see, so take them.
Then I would say that we would go back and revisit 4, where we struck the things that say including flashings, attachments, equipment to required labels, because we had struck that because of the photo guidelines. I would want to
all we're saying here is
flashings, attachments, yada, yada.
All we're saying is we're striking how to tell you to take the photo. We're assuming you need to take it clearly. We're not striking the guidelines.
Okay, then.
We're just striking telling you to use a flash when it's dark. So you show me a black picture.
Yeah, don't move, no.
It's a no-brainer.
Okay, so 1 through 3 are out.
Yep.
Okay, the photo content guidelines, let's go there.
Next page.
Then throw out all that too.
Just when we start.
No. Because let's think about this. Think about this. Is it that, why not simply back to the photographic documentation? Just say that it shall, the photographs need to be sufficient to determine, and that's it. Because once you start going down this path of a laundry list, you always will miss something on a laundry list.
I had originally written that when I did this, before we did the photo guidelines. My original write-up said simply that photographic documentation shall be of sufficient clarity to demonstrate the elements being photographed. That the photograph generated at the site being inspected and may include flashings, attachments, and other elements that may be inaccessible or difficult to access during the field inspection. I had written that, and then we went back and said, okay, let's go include all these photo guidelines, and we just cut and paste this on here. I think we got to go back to the original statement.
Okay, you guys keep that in mind. Keep it in mind, Steve.
Motion to approve Don's
Yeah.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Hey, before we do that, I just have one more comment, because I'd say no. I think all the photo content guidelines can go away. I think paragraph number 4 can damn near stay the same, because we're saying elements not readily observable.
So,
Or otherwise concealed.
Well, and here's the logic by which these guidelines were requested originally is that a sensible, logical, knowledgeable person would agree with what you stated. Unfortunately, we're not always dealing with the people that have that background and knowledge base. So to spell these things out would deem to be beneficial in the long run for making this process smoother. So while I would like to think we could summarize everything in paragraph 4, I'm afraid that a lot of the installers I've done business with need some of these guidelines. That's the reason that these were developed.
So well, Chris had a hand up first, so go ahead, Chris. And
I'll just put my installer hat on. All I want to know is what's expected of me to have ready at time of inspection. I just want to know, if you're going to say everything concealed, that's a lot of photos. Right. Do you want to see 10% of everything that's concealed? How do I get the right 10%? I just want to have the right information to do this once.
Chris, does this meet your requirements?
I'm okay with this as a recommendation. I'm okay with number 4 as it was originally written. I just want to know, I don't want to be set up for fail. I don't want somebody to say, you know, take photos of everything I can't see. I read that as a lot of photos, and I'm going to spend hours doing that.
I like defining these things. I think
I'm okay either way. I like to hear how the inspectors want to see it, because at the end of the day, I'm doing this to get signed off.
Well, to me, the industry is okay with 1 through 11. I am.
So let's back. Just a comment. Chris, hang on a second. So we're privy to this discussion. There's a lot of folks out there that are not, and they're not listening to this. So somebody that picks up this document and looks at it, and they get it, this should be a standalone document for them. So now, you know, so we've got to think about that. For somebody that's not been involved in this discussion, is also going to be reading this document for the first time, and may not have the sophistication of some of you, are they going to be able to move forward?
I think that there's going to be, when I look at this document 1 through 11, the way that the guidelines are written, for every line on there to say include a photo, include a photo, include a photo, include a photo, it makes it sound like some jurisdictions would say, hey, you're supposed to include a photo of all of this, and I really don't like that. Okay. And I don't like the redundancy of saying include a photo. Yeah. I think if we're going to do a bullet point, let's just do bullet points and say, again, go back to my original statement, include the photographic documentation needs to provide sufficient clarity, yada, yada, and may include the following: attachments, flashings, attic framing, you know, and just do them as a bullet point, and you know, the list is not complete.
So that sounds like a...
And then you can feel into other, you know, additionally, the following may be considered as other, whatever, like Pete said, other processes or tools used to inspect this.
May include but are not limited to.
Exactly, may include but are not limited to.
Okay, so that sounds like a pretty good balance here.
Yeah.
Here's your concerns and, you know, what Jeff is saying, so it kind of balances both. You have the bullets and you have your language on top. Okay, so can we get this, make sure Paul has that.
The language I would say is that photographs shall be of sufficient clarity to demonstrate the elements being photographed and shall provide sufficient evidence that the photograph is whatever of the site that you're inspecting. And then the site specific or something like that.
Which may include but not necessarily limited to, and then your bullet.
Yes.
I like the part that it says that it's connected to the site specific.
Right.
Because you don't want to have somebody take a picture.
Let's go, hang on, folks, hang on. So I want to make sure Paul she has this and so she can read it back.
No, I've only got photographs shall be of sufficient clarity to demonstrate.
The element
The element.
being inspected and shall document and shall whatever how do you I can't think right now, I'm hungry, so
And shall demonstrate and reference.
I think I was putting in there something like
To idea,
the AHJ, because each AHJ may want a different type of documentation.
Right.
We can't do one size for all because you never know what the AHJ wants.
What kind
Well,
of
how
do
does
that
that fit in a sentence?
may include the following.
It's kind of code language to say that it needs to be of sufficient
Yeah.
clarity, and needs to and shall demonstrate clearly
Yeah.
identify that it's of this
One or more
site
of the
specific or
following.
something. I can't.
Okay, so Paula, let's see if she has this. Paula?
So I've got to photographs shall be of sufficient
Hang on, folks, hang on.
clearly demonstrate the element.
Yeah.
Paula, read it again.
Photographs shall be of sufficient clarity to clearly demonstrate the elements being inspected.
Clearly demonstrate what?
Whatever you
Well, she needs help here, folks. Come on.
Demonstrate
Photographs shall be of
compliance.
sufficient clarity to clearly demonstrate the elements.
You said loud and clear.
to clearly I don't know, to clearly
Conceal the
show
elements.
the element being inspected and to demonstrate that it was on the specific inspected.
Okay,
To
so,
clearly show the elements being inspected and to demonstrate that it was taken on the site.
all right, so I think we got the idea. We can work on the specific language. Chris, you got some?
Somebody?
Can I just ask or add? Can we add a part that says this will be given to the installer at permit issuance, or it will be posted on the city website? I just want to know when I get this, because a lot of this I might have ahead of time. Like if you want structural framing, I get that way earlier on, versus if I need to have somebody get it at install, I need to coordinate that. So I just want to know when I'm going to get the AHJ requirements of what I have to have.
Well, he has to give that to you already under AB 2188. He has to have those guidelines published and available to
It could
you.
be issued permit set, it could be online. I just want to know when I'm
Somewhere
going
you
to get
should
it.
say the expectations should be provided to the installer at plan check, except as necessary for field inspection.
Right.
Does this have to be part of this briefing note, or is that a given when somebody pulls a permit?
Maybe one way to take care of yours is that in that photo thing is that you simply say that AHJs shall communicate at such and such a time. Because that's what you're wanting. You want to know up front, what do I need to take pictures
Yeah, add time of inspections to it.
You need to know when you pull the permit.
That's already, but AB 2188 already requires that, John. We're already required to do that.
Keep saying, I think that it's already required, so.
Yeah.
It's okay, you guys okay? All right, so.
We just need some bullet points and right here.
Okay, so are all those bullets okay? Is that, no wait, John.
Number 11 is still, goes back to the affidavit, or we're going to accept the picture.
Yeah, I think we have the affidavit and we don't need this.
Yep.
Go.
11's gone?
11's gone? Okay. Any other ones?
I'd like to see 3 and 4 kind of combined into one, simply because it's really awkward to say it's using and UL 2703 listed integrated grounding method, this may be accomplished by the next requirement.
Yeah.
I think it really, just tell me that photos of the methods of grounding and bonding the PV modules and the racking systems.
Okay.
And
So you would strike this may be accomplished by the next requirement and leave it as that?
well, incorporate it, combine them together so you're not saying with the next requirement.
Okay, so you can say this may be accomplished by including a photo of the method of grounding and bonding system where required.
Remember, we're going to lose the terms include a photo.
The method of-
We're trying to do these three bullets that we're going to just go to PV module label. Photos of
I'm fine.
attachments,
I'm fine with that.
penetrations, yeah.
Okay.
The component there, the bullet points would simply be PV module for number one,
Right.
and actually, flashing beneath tile, or flashings and flashing beneath tiles.
Yeah,
Methods of grounding and bonding PV modules and racking systems.
I like it.
I would, and I agree with you. In fact, I'd say is get rid of that second sentence of item 3 because it makes no sense. Because that's commentary.
Right.
It simply is, what's your method of grounding, bonding, PV modules? What's your method of bonding, grounding, racking?
He's saying keep it super short. PV module, I mean, just little bullets.
Yeah.
So, we'll work on those little bullets.
So number 3.
The front of the-
grounding and bonding. PV module and racking.
Recommendation as to what we
That
allow
would be the number 3. Number 4 would be.
Wait, I can't.
I would say that if the photographs were taken that morning, that's probably a patient picture at the same time. But yes, I agree that we should provide some kind of verification. That was a good
Who
statement.
mentioned I think it was Alan, some kind of tag or
Allen
something?
Fields, yeah.
Yeah.
A placard, I think was the term we were using. And the placard would be appearing in photos like with your junction boxes or your flashings where you'd have that same little placard that you could put there as more evidence that what you're looking at is the actual structure.
My only issue with that is,
Essentially, that would be it.
my issue with
I've never seen that before.
Hang on, folks, hang on. Hey,
my issue with the placard is that we don't print ours until after install, because if we have a field change, we don't want the placard to be wrong and reprint it.
No, it could be handwritten. That was the
That's
idea.
all I'm saying, is we usually take a picture of the module in front of the address, so you get the label and the house number together.
Perfect.
And then you can see enough around it to say, we're at the same spot.
Something in the photograph, they can just make up a little thing that says, such and such
Yeah.
install.
Hold the plan set by it.
Take a picture of.
That's fine.
We have the plan set at install, hold the plan set next to the thing.
But then you're going to add a picture of yourself, like a selfie on a selfie stick with the plan set and.
Well, it's never gonna be perfect.
That's what I'm saying. Some sort of recommendation is going to be that we can all use as a standard for verification.
It's recommended handwritten placard.
Where they do something like that.
well, how about something generic? Okay, let's get
Address
and date. So, how about, can you make some general, can you make a general, without, somebody can take a business card and.
Yeah.
Address, date,
Get one of those things like the movies use.
Address, date, what else? Good?
like that would be sufficient, right? And that could be handwritten on a 3x5 card.
Back of your business card. Okay, so.
Careful, small, but.
I don't know.
We need something a little bigger font for our eyes.
All right. I'm going to try and close this. Okay, we know that Pete has some other suggestions that he wants to add. Okay.
I sent, and let me interrupt here. I just sent an email with the City of Bakersfield ordinance language for single inspections. So that's a recommendation that the committee could consider. Whether they want to include that in the recommendations for a way to comply is going to be up to the committee, of course, but that's the information I want to get to you.
Can you summarize it for a minute, or?
Yeah, it's really short, actually.
Do you want to summarize it real quick for us in 90 seconds, if that's possible, or?
We give the installers a choice. If you want a single inspection, and we don't just limit it to the AB 2188 box, any PV residential inspection. If you want a single inspection, you get it for a comp roof. If it's a tile roof, you have to be there to pull up 3 tiles for us and/or modules, whatever's required, so that we can see the underlayment flashing 3 locations of our choice. Or as an alternative, you could schedule a separate flash in attachment inspection while you're doing that work, and in progress inspection, and we'll approve it then. And honestly, most of our installers here, and there's quite a few, prefer that method, but we give them the option of a single if they want to do it that way. So that's what the language says.
For us adding, and the city will provide an alternate means to achieve a single.
Hang on, folks, hang on.
That is the alternate means.
Right, but that's all I'm saying. Instead of specifying as a group, do we just say, the city will publish, the route to achieve a single inspection?
It is.
Photo,
yeah.
Whatever.
All right, we got a last.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't want to. I want to stay with Pete right now. Be sure we get his comments. Okay, so Chris, what you were saying about Pete?
So I was saying, are we willing to take kind of what Pete said and apply it to us to say, if it's not photos, what's the path to a single inspection? Just have the AHJ spell out whatever that path is. Just like you said, if it's tile, we make them pull 3 random. Again, as long as we know what the path is, we can prepare for it. Because I got to, like, if I send a non-installer, just with my installer hat on, I got to send a guy with sealant, replacement flashings. If I use weaves, I got to send all the electrical hardware and everything else back out to the site. Huh?
You got to send new.
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. Is I just have to know the path.
Pete, so hang on. Let's stay with it first.
I'm on Pete. I just wanted to comment on Pete.
Okay.
Quick. I do agree with that, and we could just say as an additional method. I don't know that I would say remove 3 modules. I would try to make this more generic for each HJ to predetermine.
Sure.
Yeah.
A predetermined number of modules or percentage. Because you might have a sun tower installation with 8 modules or 6 modules of microinverters or something. Now you're pulling an array.
Yep.
So I would not say 3 modules. I would determine.
Exactly.
I mean, if you pull off the first 2 modules and there's nothing wrong, you might move on.
Yeah. That's on. The AHJ has to provide me a path to a single inspection.
So one of the items could be the AHJ may provide an alternate means to achieve a single inspection.
Including removing a predetermined.
Well, don't even go into that detail.
Exactly.
And the AHJ may provide an alternate means of achieving a single inspection.
Well, okay, I'd split the difference. I mean, Don, no one has to use the exact language we have in ours, but I'd like to be a little more specific if the group agreed that, hey, one option is pull up some tiles at final inspection to check those hidden elements. Just to say there could be other options that some HAs may want. It's really not worth saying. Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but that doesn't tell anybody anything. We're trying to give other jurisdictions ideas of how they can comply. One idea is let's take pictures. That's great. We presented that in quite detail. We don't. I mean, I would be concerned about leaving the impression that it's the only option out there to comply.
I like what you said here, Steve. Now I don't have I can't open my Outlook on my phone, so I'm reading jobs. I like what you've written here. You shall be at the job site to spot check or remove as directed by the HJ. I like the way that they wrote that. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and if the group doesn't want to include that in our recommendations, that's fine. But I wanted you to be able to consider it.
Okay, so you guys
maybe during the lunch break, people can look at what Pete sent, and then they can see if they like.
I think so. I think we should all look at it, what Pete sent, and see whether it's.
All right, good. So lunch break. So 1 o'clock, folks.
Okay, Pete, have lunch. Be back at 1.
Let's take.
Do you guys deliver?
Go ahead.
You guys don't want to take lunch?
Well, at this point, what difference does it make?
Okay, so bring your lunch back, and at the same time, work your lunch. Excellent.
Yeah, I thought he was saying that.
The lunch is on the table there, but help yourself with the drink from the refrigerator, okay?
Yes, I'd like to speak to John, please. Hi, John. This is Steve Zimmerman.
So I'm assuming then each of these points, we haven't gone through them, but they all seem very straightforward beyond the minor notes we've already made.
Perfect, you guys are.
Yeah, this is all generic.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Ready, folks?
Yeah, that's what I'll let them know.
Ready? Okay, so we have each ordinance on the screen. If we can take a look at this.
He also emailed it to everybody as well. If
Okay.
you want to see it on your own device, if you are.
Okay, so we got it on the screen. So what is the language that we're going to propose? Are you going to propose? Maybe, yes, Don?
Second.
Body language.
South African.
All right.
Sorry,
What's the one that's?
Castellan.
Yeah, look at that one.
Okay, so let me choose my words a little more carefully. What is the verbiage or the suggestions? We have Pete's ordinance on the screen that we can add to that as an additional option for AHJs. Does anybody have suggestions? I know there was some discussion before the meeting, for the break.
We're talking about paid stuff now.
Yes. After that, and we can put it in the briefing note as another option for a single inspection.
Just kind of a way to end it, I think, like.
I love the opening statement.
Which one is A?
I think that the entire package works because the B also addresses that point where some people get hung up of what happens if something's done not fine.
I don't understand item 2 that says the inspection shall be done in 2 parts.
What Pete's doing is he's giving you an option. He's talked about this several times before. What he's giving you is an option. Is either if you want to have it that he gets there and you have to rip up some things, that's one way. If you don't want to rip up anything, then you can have him come while you're in progress to do a roof flashing inspection, and then have a final inspection. That's all it does.
It's kind of a one-or.
It's one of the following methods.
Option 2 isn't really an option according to state law. But if they want to agree to that, but the law says you have to do a single inspection, and if you're saying, you have to really watch how this is worded.
It's worded fine. That puts us back to number 1. If they want a single inspection, we'll do it. We're giving them the option to.
Watch out that you're not saying we're going to do a bunch of destructive testing or else.
That's not what we're saying.
Second inspection.
It's not destructive testing. It's just uncovering things so we can see it.
A long inspection is.
They're saying 2 inspections. They're saying we'll come out and do 1 inspection for the flashings, and then we'll come out and do a second inspection, which is contrary to the law. The law says
No. It's not saying that.
and you can't give them an either or. Either I'm going to do this or you're going to do that. That's what it reads. That's the way I'm reading.
So, Pete, can you?
This was in your mirror picture in the paper for you.
Yeah, Steve, explain how you. It's number 2.
Well, we're giving the installer the option, and if he wants a single inspection, we'll do it. If he doesn't, we're asking because we can't see the flashing of the underlayment, and that's critical. Again, I've told you before, the city's been sued for not enforcing correct flashing of underlayment, and if you haven't, your time's coming, trust me. But the only way to properly inspect it is to see it. So we can do a single inspection, and you'll have to uncover it when we're there. If you would prefer, which actually most of the industry does around here, and we do 200 of these a week, they'll call us in while they're putting the flashings in to see it and sign it off. So there's no threat. There's nothing about destructive testing, and this is in compliance with AB 2188. We are offering a single inspection. But for things we can't see, and we're not saying tear up everything. We'll buy the racking, we'll buy the conductors under the racking. We're looking at all that in place. We're not asking to remove anything. The only thing we can't see, and this isn't rocket science, we can't see the flashing underneath those tiles. And to sign off on them without seeing it is not due diligence. And anyone who's doing that's not doing their job.
I'm just suggesting that you think about the wording, because I'm not coming up with this statement on my own. I received a call about this that says that I'm being told either or. So,
well,
maybe if you were to give the guidance on how you're going to perform the one inspection, we're going to remove things at random, we're going to spot check things, and then maybe put a qualifying statement at the bottom that says, you know,
our language has been vetted. Our language has been vetted, and it's in compliance. And any entity and anybody out there who says it's not, better be careful. I mean, they better have some backup on that, because it has been vetted and it is correct. And I'll let you talk to our city attorney if you don't think so.
I'm not. If you know what approved means acceptable to the authority of having jurisdiction, and this is what your jurisdiction is going to do. I'm telling you that there's a perception, and perception's reality. Some of the people in the industry are saying that this is an either or. I either get. You're saying I'm going to 3 or 4 modules.
Their perception is not reality. Their perception, they have a perception, that's great, but it's not reality. This flies.
I just told you my perspective. I don't really care either way. I don't have a dog in this fight.
So hang on, folks, hang on. So let's back up. Hang on, 1 second, stop. So this is City of Bakersfield, and obviously they have vetted it for the legal counsel, and the legal counsel has provided an opinion. And I'm sure we talked to Mustafa and our county counsel, and they may have a slightly different opinion. Okay, so it's difficult for this. And so we're here representing different organizations, and they have their own legal counsel and looking at the law and how they're going to interpret it. So I'm just going to paraphrase what you're saying, that you have to be careful with the wording, because what may be okay to one jurisdiction based on their interpretation may not be okay with another jurisdiction based on their own interpretation and the intent of the law.
The law does not provide any exceptions for you to say you can do this or you're going to do 2 inspections. And what I can say is there's not a lot of teeth to this ordinance. It says if you're not in compliance with the law, that you can't get solar grant funding. So there are jurisdictions out there that go, hey, I ain't getting solar grant funding, I don't care. But the industry isn't accepting that right now. The industry is saying, you know what? We're going to name and shame your ass. We're going to put your mayor on the cover of the newspaper and say, this guy is not enforcing this law. He's letting a building official make me have to do 2 inspections. That's where this is going to go.
Well, hold on. Let me jump in here. The CSC has confirmed our approach. We're in green on your map as in compliance, A. And B, anybody who wants to call in a separate inspection can do so. The requirement of AB 2188 does not limit an installer to say, I can only call for 1. If he wants to call for 2, if he wants to call for 3, if he wants to call for 10, he certainly can. That's all we're saying here.
I agree. I'm just giving, and CFE isn't any enforcement arm or anything. We're only here to provide guidance to the inspectors to help them implement AB 2188, which is my job. But I'm telling you from my desk, I get calls about this stuff, and I've gotten a call from the industry that says, why do I have to have an option if somebody's threat say I'm going to take a bunch of money? So
we can take the option away. They'd prefer that.
I'm not saying you should take it away. I'm just saying just be careful how you word it. It looks like an either-or option.
Well, this is an interesting point, because you mentioned the industry. I'm talking to the industry here. I'm talking to the local Solar City, the local Varango, the local mom and pops. They like this. So I wonder, when you say the industry, who are we representing? Because that's who we talk to about this. They like what we're doing.
Let's get back to how do we incorporate your language, knowing that there's some issues here in terms of interpretation or perception, or however you want to call this, and how do we get it on here that we can get away from that somehow? That when somebody picks this up, it does give another option to address a single inspection.
I don't know that you need to include this language at all. I was just throwing it out there for the discussion that you're having.
I'm certainly comfortable with Bakersfield did, but quite honestly, I feel the guidelines we've already developed aren't contradictory to what we see here, and I don't know that we need to include this per se.
Yeah, I don't know that you need to either.
Okay, so I want to hear. Hang on, Steve. You're.
I concur with Jeff.
I
think what the intent here is trying to define 1 inspection by doing 2 inspections. The item 2 is kind of contradictory to the main topic. I think that's kind of misleading people. That's what I think.
I actually agree with what he's doing,
because he's minimizing having to do these tear-offs and all this other stuff. I'm just saying the way this is worded, I don't know that we should put this out as a recommendation, because we're recommending an option to do 2 inspections, which is against the law, basically, for us to say you should do 2 inspections. You really
We're not recommending it. We're giving them the option.
I'm not talking what you're doing.
So this is you know, we've got to be respectful of people. This is what the city is comfortable with, and they have their legal opinion. They're comfortable with doing that. And so I'm hearing that maybe we should it not be in this language. So
one
John,
suggestion to consider is the part B is to take some of that, massage a little bit, to be in the front part of this document. Remember when we were discussing this at the beginning? About if it fails, this is what needs to happen. And I think that wording that he's got in item B would be appropriate in the beginning.
Agreed. The guys, the point here was not to include this language in anything we're putting out. It's to point out that there are options and other jurisdictions are pursuing options to help facilitate the single inspection. The only one we've identified basically on for SEAC is take pictures. So anything we can do to point out there might be other options, that's great. You don't have to use this one. There might be even some better ideas out there, but that's the point, and that's a discussion we haven't had and didn't get a chance to have.
okay, very good. So hearing that, do we want to include some language like this, or just include B?
Borrow B and massage it if need be a little bit to be in the beginning part.
Beginning part.
I think there's room to include a bit of guidance on spot checking or something like that, random spot checking questions or not, but that's basically what he's saying is that we're going to spot check this at random. I just don't think we should provide the guidance on the 2 inspections.
We're not saying that. We're giving them the option to ask for a second flashing inspection. We're not saying anything about spot checking. We're not requiring it. We're giving them the option to proceed in that way.
I agree with you. We should use part B and just leave the rest of it alone. I mean, that's always given. As an inspector, you could have, if you see everybody's installation done properly, hey, can you remove that? I want to see it.
It's implied. It's already there.
Aren't we talking about how to facilitate a 1 inspection process, though? And I mean, it is given. We're talking about having a ladder there, having a camera there, and if what you have doesn't work, you got to pull.
Yeah, it's already implied that this option exists. You don't even necessarily have to write it down. Bakersfield opted to write it down, which is fine, but this is still available to LA County or any other jurisdiction.
It'll be up to the inspector.
Precisely.
He drives on site, and he may or may not accept any of this.
It's a learning curve. They're going to go to that jurisdiction 3 times. The 3rd time, they're going to go, hey, you know what? Instead of having to tear stuff up, can I just have you guys come out and do a pre-inspection for my garage? This is the relationship part and the expectations part where the inspector, the plan checker need to communicate to the guy and tell him that if you want to do it. But that's up to each AHJ, and I just don't think we should provide guidance on an option for 2 inspections.
Okay, Alan, you have a comment?
Well,
Alan, you there?
Oh yeah. Hey, I was just muted for a while, and I just realized that I've been muted, so I've been saying something to no one. I was actually wondering if we were to include specific language like the one in that ordinance, would that be a problem for AHJs that don't have that language in their AB 2188 ordinances as well? I mean, I'm just kind of confused why that had to be brought into the ordinance in the first place. If it's understood that that contractors are given the opportunity to have a rough inspection if they want it, or if the HJ can require stuff like photos or uncovering roof tiles at the inspection. I was just wondering why that needed to be in the ordinance at all, and if there would be any risk of us mentioning this if it needs to be included for Bakersfield.
I don't think anybody's doing anything to put any verbiage in any ordinance. We're just creating a SEAC recommendation of how
I understand that.
Facilitate a single inspection, and I don't think that in that process we should include an option to do 2 inspections.
Yeah, and you guys are, I'm sorry, but the focus is wrong here. The point of this, showing you this language wasn't so that you would look at number 2 and try to include it and do 2 inspections. That wasn't the point. The point is number 1, that you may have to pull up some tiles to do that for that single inspection to verify the flashing, or maybe you can take pictures. But that's really the point. And number 2 is just one option we give people to make it easier for them if they want to do that. But number 1 there is the key, and maybe you could include that as a preface to the photograph section. Hey, if you want to avoid having to pull up tiles, see if they'll accept pictures. But that's the point I wanted to make, because we can't look at those flashings without seeing under those tiles.
No, I understand entirely. I was just wondering why that had to be incorporated in the ordinance at all. Just if there, was there a legal reason for that instead of just saying we shall, during inspection, if you're just going to be having a single inspection, we will ask you to uncover roof tiles.
Right.
Was there a legal reason? That's all that.
Well, we were giving them the option because prior to 2188, we always did 2 inspections.
Sure.
And now we're given the option to do a single, and that's fine. But we're letting them know, hey, if we do the single, guess what? We may have to pull up some tiles. So if you still want to do it the old way, because it's more productive for your operation, and for some it is, for others it's not, we'll happily do that. We're putting that in writing, and we're putting it out there. We're not trying to do it behind the door, and anyone can see it. It's online, so people know what they're getting into when they come here. It's just all those reasons.
So let's go back to the briefing note. Let's go back. So we're going to take the polls. So want to make sure that the group is okay. We're not including this, but they do like item B in some form.
B sounds good.
B sounds good. Just want to make sure, Chris, Craig, Josh, Sparky, Steve.
I don't think we need it. It's a given.
Okay, so I want to make sure here. So Pete, you hear anybody else online? So the movement is to not include that, but do include some form of B in the beginning. So
So may I suggest 2 things in here? Let's leave the question. First, on the one about Pete made an interesting comment. What's about item 1 is that when we talk about the photographic documentation, in essence, that is an alternative to somebody having to remove some things. So I think that's what I heard Pete saying was that maybe in the draft here, item 4, which will now be item 6, that consider wording it that either there be the inspector needs to and you think about it, is Pete is being right up front and telling you this is what he's going to uncover. That's what you guys were asking on several other things. You want to know up front, what am I going to have to do at that job, right? Well, Pete's already written it down. So same thing here is that what maybe you say is the inspector should tell the guy ahead of time what to expect. Does he have to remove anything, or does he have to open up some things? Or will photographic documentation be an acceptable method?
That's going to be up to
it's up to the AHJ. But wouldn't it be good to suggest that to help in this process that for that single inspection, the inspector communicates beforehand whether they're going to be expecting the guy to take things apart.
That came up earlier, that what's going to be required, and that permit application time, I think that was the discussion. That's when all the requirements should be made up front.
That was on what pictures were needed. But this is going one step further, is to say, are you going to also be up front and let them know whether you're going to be starting to rip things and want things ripped apart if you don't have pictures?
I wouldn't have any heartburn about putting a statement in there that says, in addition to photographic documentation, the inspector should communicate the expectations for their methodology, for that AHJ methodology for demonstrating or verifying slashing methods, attachments, or something. Put a paragraph. Write the paragraph, John. I agree with that. There should be, so that you clearly communicate the expectations of the methodology of verifying, flashing, and attachments. If photographic documentation is not to be accepted.
Correct.
The next one are key considerations.
I don't care whether it's key considerations or anything, but I think that's a valid point. Is to communicate.
So Paula will capture that, and we'll come up with some language.
Before you capture that language, and before she puts that down, can that bullet point number 4 photographic documentation after the word observable. If you don't have suitable photo documentation, AHJ may have you removed, and you can get to that.
And then say photographic documentation may be considered at the time of inspection for elements not readily observable. Additionally, expectations for the methodology for verifying flashing attachments, etc., should be clearly communicated to the installer.
So like Chris brought up, again, it's that's setting the expectations up front. That's
right.
Trying to talk about.
Put a statement right there.
If you don't have photos, be prepared to lift the tile. If I don't like how I see it when I see it in the photos, be prepared to lift the tile. But at least give me the opportunity to try to capture that in photos or whatever the expectation is up front. If I have to leave a module off, if I have to do something, or facilitate whatever product I need to be on site,
a little statement right there.
I just want to know the plan.
Well, that's the area I think it should go after the word observable in number 4.
All right, so
it's a tool to be used, photographic documentation is a tool to be used and utilized in lieu of having things be removed.
Potentially.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I was looking for, guys. That's what I was trying to capture.
okay, so hang on, John. I want to make sure Paula has that. Okay.
Photographic documentation.
Photographic documentation is a tool to be used in lieu of removal. Maybe used as a tool in lieu of removal of specific components.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay. So we have that.
And then that's what that refers is that if you don't have good photographic documentation, I'm sorry, you're going to start removing things.
Okay, so we got that, and then we're also going to have what Pete had as item B. We're going to include that also as part of the.
No.
Which one?
In the gladiator vote.
Okay, go back to this one. Wait, what's that?
Don't hit it.
I think it's a given.
It's a given?
But if you were to put that,
there should what I was suggesting, because I'm the one who's suggesting it, is you're saying, oh, that's a given, it's a given. And we were saying just earlier in this room, what were we saying? We were saying, well, we know what we're talking about, and we understand it, but not necessarily that's true for everybody. And the thing is that what did we say in the beginning of this? We said that primary concern, and we really have not addressed it. What are the primary areas of concern? Primary is the mandate that only one inspection can be performed. Put in, what I'm suggesting is you're putting in an explanation for people that are fearful of special inspection. A lot of this is to help people so that they don't feel like they, it's to make it clear.
I don't have a problem with that, but I really don't like the way that it's worded. To say sales inspection, I would say something to the effect that if correction items are observed,
Reinspection. But it's not already in 2188. We just have to have the opportunity to pass in one. It doesn't say that 2, 3, 4, and 5 are required.
But there's people that feel that I am forced to accept in one inspection. I've heard that numerous times from inspectors.
But say you require an attic photo to look for shiners, right? Say we put it on our lag. And there's clearly lags poking out of the side of a rafter. Are you going to pass me? I don't expect you to, but we don't need that to tell us that you're going to fail me and that I have to have another one. I know I'm going to have another one.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know that. There are people that call and say, what's this one inspection? So we should define one inspection, either provide in the beginning a definition of a single inspection, and just make a statement at the beginning that says a single inspection, it is the intention of the jurisdiction to go out and perform a single inspection, however, correction items.
But if everything's done to code in a workmanlike manner, I should pass. And if it's not,
everybody agrees with that.
I should fail.
Everybody agrees.
Okay, but I don't see the point.
You're communicating that under the explanation up front. You're not doing it under the recommendation of what you do. And you're trying to explain the single inspection.
So
There are solar installers out there that are demanding that jurisdictions do this with one inspection and that's it. You only get to do one inspection.
And I don't
on the other
care
side of
about
that coin, and on the other side of that coin, there are AHJs out there that say, hey, once I write a correction notice, all bets are off. You don't have to do this. So they're both wrong. Not all bets are off. I get to come out and I get to look at the things that I write corrections on until you correct those items. And I get to come out and do another inspection. So we should provide guidance on that from both, so that both parties have a clear understanding of what one inspection means.
So, Chris, the discussion we had earlier, in this room, we know. But does everybody else out there get it?
No, the comments are gone, man.
And Chris, this might help too. We're trying to facilitate one inspection, and we also want to make it clear to people, not only that, hey, if you want to call for an in-process inspection, you can. But if you don't pass an inspection, don't worry. You can call for a reinspection. You don't have to go back and get a new permit or pay a new fee. A lot of people are worried about, oh, is there a new inspection fee? So,
I mean, if that's what you guys see, I don't see it from that way, but if that's the common perception, I'm on board with that being, if that's how you guys see it.
Chris, I can tell you, I'm the guy that everybody's saying, call this guy for AB 2188 implementation. That's what's going out from OPR and that's what's going out from CFE. And a lot of calls I get are stupid shit, just stupid stuff like that. That are like, well, what does one inspection mean? Does that mean you only can do one inspection? And I'm like, well, that means you got to go out of your office with the intent to do one inspection.
And if you guys are privy to,
item, then that correction item gets to go. You get to go back and inspect for that correction item.
That's more reasonable to spell this out. I don't see any downside to saying, hey, one inspection, and if some problems happen, you might have more than one inspection. You might have to pull up your modules in your tile. I don't see that as an unreasonable statement right up front.
No, up front is fine, because then you're clarifying.
And actually, I think that should be the last statement before the photo guideline.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't pass your inspection, you call for.
I mean, you guys see that more than we do. So if that makes sense to feed that point home, that's fine. I mean, it rings true to us. So.
Okay. Yeah,
I think that's
Is it
a separate
assumed that
topic.
we're not
I think
allowed
what
to
you
go on
would
the
say
house
is,
on the
if for some
first
reason,
inspection, and that's why
Nope.
we gotta have smoke detectors?
Nope.
Pictures of the attic.
A lot of times the homeowners aren't home.
we reserve the right to ask you to.
The homeowners aren't home.
Visible.
You can write a correction notice that says, I need to come back and verify the attic framing, I need to come back and verify the smoke detector. Yeah, you need to communicate that expectation to the installer. Say, hey, somebody needs to be there when I get there, because we don't accept affidavits or photo documentation. This is where the relationship, the expectations, all of that comes in. So yeah, there's absolutely nothing that says that if I get there and the homeowner's not home and I can't get inside, there's absolutely nothing that says I can't write that up as a correction notice.
Well, why don't we vote? Who feels it would be fine to put this clarification statement into these guidelines?
I have no issue putting it
Is anybody opposed to it? No. I don't know why we're talking.
Saying the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, so so that I'm gonna thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
So
I think we're all agreeing, kind of.
yes, it does sound like that way. So a statement will be included in there. We'll work to miss it a little bit, and we'll bring it back to the group later by email. If it's really critical,
It's just one further thing on these recommendations. When you have all these recommendations, maybe you have this first one, the installer should ensure the qualified individual. There ought to be a number 2 or number 1 that the inspector shall communicate ahead of time what their expectations are, because you haven't anything that requires that inspector to define what.
wait, but let's not argue the point.
I'm just asking.
What I'd like to do is, okay, the briefing note is not perfect, and some language is going to be worded, and language is going to be fixed, and we'll send it by email to you. But if we, in concept, based on what the group has agreed to, approve it.
Okay, but we got to add one thing, and a couple of us have talked about this.
Yes.
And we'll disagree. Is the concept okay? Then we'll come back to it. I think at the very beginning, we need to say the inspector should utilize an inspection checklist.
And technically, I know that's part of AB 2188. I'm not opposed to it, but
Doesn't require it.
Just says the inspection criteria should be online.
AB 2188 says that you need to adopt an ordinance in substantial conformance with the guidebook and the recommendations of the guidebook. And one of the recommendations of the guidebook is to have an inspection.
oh, that's a recommendation, not a requirement.
Recommendation is not a requirement of the law. So, but you are supposed to substantially conform with the recommendations. So maybe you would say it is a recommendation of the guidebook that an inspection checklist be provided.
It's a good practice.
The inspector should communicate their expectations for the methods of compliance, and additionally, any correction items observed during the initial inspection or during that single inspection are subject to reinspection.
Okay.
I think
All right.
This would be item number 1.
All right, so we got that. So let's have a victory today. Big one.
Is there anybody opposed to having a checklist on here? That would, I like the way you phrase that.
Is there anybody opposed to having the victory?
Okay, so I want to go around the room. We've heard. Hopefully everybody heard what the group has agreed to. That'll be reflected in the briefing notes that will be emailed back to you. So conceptually, if the group can approve this, that's a huge win for today. Not for today, for SEAC will be the first big deal. So, Steve?
Motion to approve the document as revised in this meeting.
I'd like to second.
Second.
So this is a straw vote.
No, conceptual.
We're approving
Conceptual vote. Conceptual vote.
We're approving the writing of the final draft, and then we're going to approve the final draft.
We're approving the outline and the concept and the outline.
And this will be emailed within the next few days.
Exactly.
If I may, can you put a date on this, and what date that we're going to be accepted?
We'll have a date when everybody says yes.
I want that,
Yes.
I want that good, so I want to.
By tomorrow afternoon at 1.
So, Jeff,
That
is conceptually, I'm going to qualify it based on the final write-up of the briefing note.
I think everything we've discussed today, I'm in full agreement with.
Awesome. Chris?
Great.
Great.
I would agree.
John?
As I understand it.
Barkley?
Absolutely.
Going back to our stuff. Absolutely. Anybody? We're okay? Online? You good? Good, Frank?
Okay.
Who was that?
This is Alan. I'm okay with these changes.
Okay, awesome. Pete, how do you doing, Pete?
Yeah, I'm in favor. I'm in support of the concept. I'll have to see the language. It's awfully hard to hear on this end.
Everybody will see that. Okay. Oh, we did it.
Time to take a tour.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to finish an hour of the agenda in 10 minutes. Just kidding. Folks, really, good job. It's taken a little bit of time, but these types of discussions are incredibly healthy. From my perspective, I wish that when I speak about industry, I mean the private and public sector, everybody, I wish everybody would hear this. If that was possible, everybody get a flavor of what's being done here, and then those ideas and concepts get carried out. So excellent job.
So I just have a quick question. I want to ask, when this goes out to the whole group, I'm thinking ahead now, what is the best way for anybody to change what is being conceptualized? Would it be better if they just reply to the email directly to me, or is it going to be copied into the whole group and then it goes into another discussion? And then,
well, let me...
Because to capture all of that gets a little bit unwieldy.
Just a recommendation. We're going to work on the final language here. If you folks if it's something that's really critical, that's really difficult to approve, those are the type of comments. But if it's just maybe wordsmithing a little bit, if you can let it go, that will be great.
Well, maybe what we could do is people can provide the wordsmithing information directly to Paula, and if those that are interested in reviewing that in an online meeting later next week, maybe that would be a way to kind of have a discussion.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll put an invitation out there for whoever wants to participate to wrap this up. So we stamp approved or confirmed, whatever you want to call it, by SEAC, and we can get it out in the street. It's a huge victory.
So for the, they're going to write up.
Which will probably be just like this.
Oh, yeah.
So this was issue 1.
Right.
So for the groups that are going to do issues 2 through 4, take the lessons that we just learned, short and sweet,
Yes.
a little bit more concise, a little bit more bullet points instead of paragraphs. And I mean, what we had written here was good, but it really needs to be more concise and to the point and short and sweet. And then we can elaborate on it versus trying to remove a bunch of stuff.
And get it to us sooner.
And then think about the audience. It's just not this group. It's other folks that are out there that have a little bit different levels of sophistication and knowledge, and how they're going to interpret it. That'll be very helpful. Okay, so we have other items we're going to skip. Is there anything critical, Paul, that we need to bring?
On items 2, 3, and 4, is it worth opening it up to everyone to say, if I want to be involved with something there that they feel they can contribute to? Should we open up those groups to speed this along a little bit, and that way let everybody get their input in up front, have the original group theoretically still be the one, whoever that lead was, to draft those notes together? But shouldn't we open that up? Like, I know on issue 4, I know a couple of you guys want to join for the training and that piece of it.
It definitely needs to go back to the entire group, because I know Pete was left out of this one and a couple other people that didn't. I don't know whether they even got an invitation to participate in the rewriting. So certainly we learned from that, because Pete had some valuable input. So sure. I would say at least the entirety of the groups that created the thing, and then come back to all of us would be mine.
So you have the technical group, and we'll let everybody know when they'll meet, talk about 2, 3, and 4, and whoever else wants to jump in, that's totally fine. You guys okay?
Well, yeah, but more importantly, I mean, we don't all need to be a part of every subgroup, every task group. We just need to get the results, their language sooner, so that we have a chance to talk about it. So it's not that we all need to be on every conference call. I'm not suggesting that, but just get your. I mean, this was probably printed up a month or 2 ago, I'm guessing, when they had the meeting, and so maybe it should have been circulated sooner. I don't know.
It was only finalized last week.
Like Wednesday.
Well, they're in my point, though. They're in my point.
Not easy.
Anything else critical right now for the group? All right, awesome job.
Now we're at 2 o'clock.
Time for a tour. Where are we going to take a tour?
Sunny,
you're on.
You to get up.
Oh, sorry. Sunny, awesome lunch.
Oh,
yeah, thank you. I vote Sonny's responsible for lunch next time, too.
There's actually a lot of leftovers. You want to go for a second before you go for a tour.
So, real quick, we have 2 buildings. The one we're in here right now is the newer building where we do most of our lighting, medical equipment, a lot of the safety testing on electronic, IT type stuff. The solar testing is in our older building across the street. So we'll start over there, so join me walking across the street. We're still working with the city hall to get an actual tunnel, bridge, some cathedral walk or whatever. So just join, City hall's only one building over. Only one building over.
Like railroad.
Should have invited them over here to this meeting. You could have. Actually, I had that conversation trying to go over there, back to the city together or something. But that's fine. So we'll go across the street. We'll give you a quick tour, and then we'll come back to this building. If you want to leave your stuff, feel free to leave it here. It's fine. Nobody's going to come into this room. And at that time, you can decide if you want to see the rest of the lab, where we do the lighting testing and all the medical equipment and all that. If not, then it's your decision. But let's head across the street, and you can leave your stuff here.
How long do you figure to be across the street, son?
We allocated an hour for the whole thing, so anywhere from half an hour to 45 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
You can leave early, that's no problem. We could have somebody else put you back.
I got a flight, but yeah, I'd probably just take off now, but.
No, you're gonna love it.
I would love it, but I got a flight.
Nah.
I would love it too.
Are you pre-checked?
I am